Rural Women Cultivating Change. They had a very interesting side event on gender transformative agroecology, a rights-based approach to women's empowerment and climate-resilient food systems. Ladies and gentlemen, quite a lot of the lessons that came up are like what we captured yesterday. Farmer-led knowledge was still emphasized, market-driven agroecology, public-private partnerships, integrated renewable energy solutions, and policy advocacy and multi-stakeholder engagement. I would end there. There were a few lessons that were captured from all the presentations. And let me not go into the details, but first there was the strengthening of local markets and awareness campaigns, gender transformative agroecology. Rural women must have equitable access to resources, land ownership, leadership opportunities, and protection from gender-based violence. Policy and market support, policies to be enacted to support agroecology practices through instruments like subsidies, capacity building, and creating markets for organic produce. Multi-sectoral collaboration, government, private sector, NGOs, and communities to work together to drive agroecological transformation and food security. And last, cultural barriers still exist. For instance, adoption of unconventional practices such as urine-based fertilizers requires education and social acceptance. So ladies and gentlemen, those are the things that we captured for you for the recap this morning. And now it is time for us to get into the plenary session. And I would like to invite the moderator of this session, Venezia Wambua, to come and start us off. Venezia, please welcome. And I think there are slides to introduce the moderator. Venezia Wambua is the head of programs in BioVision Africa Trust. And she's been there for the last 10 years. She's then going to moderate this session. Today, we have youth, and we'll be inspired by the presentation by one of the keynote speakers, who is the youth. Venezia, please, the floor is yours to take up from there. Thank you very much, and wish all of you a very productive day. And it is our last day. And I'm sure it is going to end very well. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, welcome to day 3 of the conference. And our keynote speakers are ready. And I hope also our live streaming guys, team, technicians, you are ready for them. So I'm Venezia Wambua. I work for BioVision Africa Trust as the head of programs. And our keynote address today is on women and youth and political economy of climate change. And this is under sub-theme 3 and sub-theme 5 of this conference. And I'll be your moderator for this session. So we have 3 keynote speakers who are here with us. The first keynote speaker is Ms. Monica Yator. And then also we have Ms. Pramila Mwibanda. And then finally we have Ms. Nancy Rapando. But I'll start with Monica Yator. Monica Yator, she's a founder and executive director of Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. Scaling up agroecology in ASAL areas. And she'll actually be taking us through her keynote speech on the challenges and opportunities for indigenous pastoralist communities in Baringo. So Monica is here with us. Monica, you can join us on the podium. That's what I'm checking. I'm waiting for those guys. So as we wait for the projection to go up, Monica is a founder of the Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative, a community-based organization working to empower indigenous communities in Baringo County, Kenya, through sustainable agriculture, environmental conservation, and climate change adaptation. Her initiative focuses on, no, it is not, you're not projecting mine. Her initiative focuses on promoting agroecology and permaculture practices, particularly among women and youth. And we'll hear more about that. For purposes of enhancing food sovereignty, restore degraded landscapes, and build resilience to climate shocks. Monica is also the co-chair of the Agroecology Coalition, an international network that connects other agroecology champions and many other stakeholders. She has experience working with pastoralist communities in arid and semi-arid regions, and is a strong advocate for community-led development and women's empowerment. So Monica's presentation is up, and the title of this presentation is Scaling Up Agroecology in Baringo County, Challenges and Opportunities for Indigenous Pastoralist Communities. So Monica, welcome very much to take us through your keynote speech. Thank you.
Good morning. Chamgay. Wave Chamgay. I am a pastor of agroecology, and I'm a champion. If you saw the dancers here, if you don't have that energy, you can dance. So we have to eat. And we said agroecology is a practice. Agroecology is science, but I say agroecology is indigenous knowledge as well. And agroecology is a movement. I believe we are all here because agroecology is a movement. And we are all movements in this space. Thank you very much, Biovision, for bringing us and also giving us the opportunity to share our work. Just to start us off, this is some of the work that we are doing in Baringo. This is a group in Mogotio sub-county, Kamar location. We are scaling up agroecology in Baringo County. And we realized that because of degradation of our lands, we have to really bring in agroecology practices. And this is the swell digging that we are doing in this community, because water is being drained to Lake Baringo, and we saw an opportunity of training these communities to harvest water using swales and also zai pits. I need some assistance. This technology. Next slide. This is a group of women as well in Kamar location, that is in Mogotio sub-county. We were digging swales in preparation for the rainy season. We realized that these communities are telling us that we cannot scale up agroecology because there's no water. And the only technology we could use in this space now is digging up these swales. Next. Agroecology solution. This is what IWGI is using to approach this. Integrated approach, combining traditional ecological knowledge, community-led initiatives that's empowering communities to design and implement sustainable solutions. Focus on soil health, implementing practices such as composting, cover crop, and conservation tillage. In this space, this is indigenous community, and we have to take this action-oriented agroecology community-led initiatives to this community. We also do water management, utilizing water harvesting techniques, using swales and zai pits. Most of these communities are still using grass thatch houses, so we cannot harvest rainwater unless we harvest the runoff water. We also do diversification, promoting diverse crop system and livestock integration. This is a pastoralist community, but we have to diversify. At times during the dry season, we lose these animals. But what do we have? An opportunity for us to bring in agroecology in this community using kitchen gardens so that women cannot depend on their spouses 100%. So this kitchen gardening is supporting livelihoods in this community. Yes, what are these challenges that we are facing? The first challenge is land degradation. There's a lot of soil erosion, deforestation, overgrazing, diminishing agriculture production. We have pastoralists here having over 200 or 500 livestock. And you see, when we do overgrazing, we degrade the land. So again, how do we bring in land management in this area? We train communities to do buddocking so that they graze in this area. After 3 months, they go to this area so that they allow the land to regenerate. Again, we do climate change impacts. Those are the challenges, increased droughts, unpredictable rainfall. At the moment in Baringo, we are receiving 20 millimeters of rains, unlike other areas. So you see there's a challenge of minimal rainfall. We also have food insecurity, reduced yields and livestock losses. At the moment, you cannot farm maize because it will take like 6 to 5 months, of which some of the farmers will not even harvest. So we encourage farmers to farm drought-resilient crops such as cassava, millet, sorghum. So these crops can really be resilient to these climate shocks. So marginalized indigenous pastoralist communities, particularly women, face limited access to resources such as decision-making. In these communities, we are still struggling with culture where women have to really beg for their husband to give them space to farm. So again, we bring in land rights education to these women. They need to negotiate with their spouses so that they be given small place to farm. And this is the reason why we see these women are really still lagging behind. And most of the development agencies are not reaching up to this place because of infrastructure problem. Next slide. We also work with schools for intergenerational knowledge transfer. We have established food forests in 5 schools. That was Noyuet Primary. We need to talk to our community and also bring up this small, the school-going children so that if we are changing their mindset so that they can understand why do we need to farm. So again, that is why we are taking agroecology initiative to schools so that when the younger generation grow, they understand the value of farming and farming sustainably. So we have community-led initiative, and there's a big demand for training. We are being called every day. Even this morning, I received a call from a village allocation called Molos. We have farmer groups calling us for more training, so there's demand for agroecology knowledge, there's demand for training. So rehabilitation efforts, there is a strong desire to rehabilitate degraded lands and adapt to climate change. So in this space, we have big chunk of land which have been highly degraded and it has now big gullies. So we need more efforts so that we can rehabilitate these lands. Community ownership, we emphasize on the importance of community ownership in driving this change. We have to bring communities together. We have to bring this education of agroecology, and we need to do a lot of farm demonstration. We need to develop a lot of agroecology living up so that communities can see there's a change. Where it was bare, now there's a food forest. So we need to do a lot of agroecology training and bring communities together and also stakeholders, because without policy in place, we cannot drive this change. There's local champions. We are light on the role of local champions promoting agroecology. At the moment, we have over 300 farmers who are ready to adopt to agroecology. We have 18 food forests now in Baringo, and those are the living labs where communities come and learn, and that has made them even call for more actions and call for more trainings. Challenges and barriers that we are facing as we embark on this agroecology journey: limited resources. There are so many demand for training, and we lack these resources. We're asking for well-wishers and even government to support. Now that we have agroecology strategy in place, we need to really follow up to ensure that we implement this strategy. We have policy gaps as well, so that that is the main barrier. If you see that we are lacking extension services in this community, it is far-end places. There are very places you cannot reach, and the government services are not reaching to these people. So those are the barriers that we face. Logistical challenges. I'm told you this is a remote place. You cannot go by motorbike or your small car. You need a 4x4, and you can reach a place where you have to park the car and walk to meet the people. So there's a challenge. Climate variability, unpredictable weather patterns, and extreme events. At times, there's a lot of rain, so even the food forests that we had established, we have lost them because of the flash flood. So again, we need to rehabilitate them and also encourage communities to really adopt to agroecology. Knowledge gaps, there is a lot of call for trainings. These agroecology practices requires us to have a concerted effort so that we really support knowledge gaps. Because when you tell communities we want to put up swales, some of us have never touched a djembe, so it is hard for even them to dig these zai pits and swales. So we need to put more efforts on capacity building. This is another group. We were digging swales in Kamar location. This is a highly degraded place. So women and men coming together, we encourage them to come with their spouses so that they learn together. This is the exchange visit. We took the farmers to a already established model farm. In this farm, we have variety of bananas. We have cassava inside. We have sweet potatoes. And they were so mesmerized to see that even in the degraded land, we can create a food forest. Yes, thank you very much. This is a composting training that we did in Mogotio as well. This is to tell them that you cannot go to the shop every day to buy fertilizer. We can make our own. And they were convinced. And now 70 of them have demonstrated that they can do composting. And we need to reduce synthetic fertilizer use in our farms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Monica Yator, for your keynote speech in regards to how can we empower the women and strengthen their role in agroecology work. So we are going to have our next very young, our youth, Ms. Pramila Mwibanda. Ms. Pramila, please join us as we introduce you. Pramila Nekesa Mwibanda. She's our young youth keynote speaker for today. Welcome, Pramila. Please take a profile up. Take a profile up. So, a profile. So Pramila is currently doing a Master's of Science. You can have a seat first. Just have a seat. A Master's of Science in Horticulture in Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And she has a Bachelor's of Science in Horticulture from the same university, Jomo Kenyatta. And she has very many titles to her. She's a TEJATI Youth Ambassador, and she's going to tell us more about that. TEJATI is transforming ecosystems for jobs in agriculture through technology and innovation. She's also an advocacy focal person for BioVision Foundation. And also she's a secretary, Private Sector Markets and Consumers Thematic Working Group for ISFA. Yeah, where she's a volunteer. So she facilitates various activities of this technical working group of ISFA in line with advancing the agroecology agenda. So those are some of the titles of Pramila Mwibanda. And she's going to take us through her topic on catalyzing transformative agroecology by harnessing youth potential. Welcome very much, Pramila. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, guten Morgen, bonjour to all our partners, to the East African community, Jambo. Kindly, may I have the presentation? Thank you. So, as you've heard, my name is Pramila Mwibanda. I'll be presenting today on the topic, catalyzing transformative agroecology by harnessing youth potential. Next slide, please. So a self-introduction has been done, but just some pictures being in the field working with school children. The crops you see in the middle, those are microgreens. That's my research work. And at the bottom, that was a demonstration farm for urban farming, because that was my line of work for quite some time after I completed my studies. So for my content today, this is the flow of my presentation. I'll give a brief overview. Then I'll focus on the thematic areas on how actually we can catalyze change by harnessing youth potential. Then I'll briefly talk about TEJATI and how actually it can help realize the National Agroecology Strategy. And then I'll have my concluding remarks. So just to appreciate some numbers, I want us to note that as of 2020, the population of the world, 1.2 were actually youths. In Africa alone, you find that 400 million people are actually the youth, and it has the youngest population. Please note that actually out of the percentages there, I think they were eliminated somehow, but the one in green is 70% of the population in Africa is actually 30 years and below, while the other 30% are older. And this number is set to increase to up to 850 million by 2050. And you can see from the graph, as compared to other continents, that's going to be the highest, youngest population in the world. So I'd like us just to take a moment to remember when we were youths, some of the pros of being a youth. Obviously, one of them, you are looking good, you had more energy, you are a risk taker, and you are ambitious, among others. However, there are some cons to being a youth. Sometimes people may not take you seriously. Sometimes you're broke, but later on you grow and you learn when you work with mentors and you overcome some of these challenges. So how can we actually harness these pros of being a youth? I'm going to take you through it, but let us reflect first. What does the youth want? Because if you want actually to harness the potential of youth in agroecology, we need to ask ourselves, what do youth want? And I think there's a simple answer to this, which is youth want to make it. Making it for youth may look like either having a dignified job, having a source of income, escaping poverty, or just being an example or an inspiration to the society. So the two main questions is how can agroecology help youth realize this dream? And how, in turn, can youth actually contribute to transforming agroecology? So I also want us to reflect on our food systems from the point of some of the challenges which we have, which I'm sure most have been talked about and most of you are aware of it, and some of the opportunities which are there, such as technologies, innovation, research, diversification of diets, specifically from the consumer perspective, because farmers will grow what consumers want. So when it comes to diversification, the consumers are the first target. Then also we come to waste reduction as well as funding. So in the midst of the challenges and the opportunities which are there, that's where transformation happens, and youth are actually really critical and central to this happening. So I want now to go to the thematic areas on how actually we can do this. So number one, it is strengthening youth involvement through empowerment and inclusion. A lot of empowerment activities are happening, as you can see from some of the exhibitors out there. For example, Pelham, they have various youths they're engaging, and they've empowered them with knowledge and practices of what agroecology is all about and how they can practice it. Also, Madam Yator has also briefed us on how she's doing that, working with women and youth. So there are a lot of activities which are happening there, and also in regards to capacity building. And we really appreciate the community for doing that. However, we need to strengthen this by having the youth included. And I think one way this can be done is by having guys, the older generation or the guys who are much advanced within the agroecology space, sharing the space with the youth. For example, for me, being given this opportunity to speak today this morning, I can be able to articulate some of the issues in agroecology, especially from the angle of decision-making, policy, and advocacy, because I think that's where the gap lies. So we need, as much as we've empowered the youth, we've capacity built them, we need to have them in rooms whereby their voices are being heard and their opinions are being considered and taken into consideration, not just in writing, but they're actually being heard and given space to actually speak, like now what I'm doing. The next one is accelerating transformation through evidence-based research, strategic collaboration, and sustainable funding. As we all know, research is really key in development, in optimization of resources, and as well as providing evidence to know what works and doesn't work. And that's what agroecology, a lot of research has been done to show that agroecology actually works. And in most times, you find that youth are actually the ones who are taking place in this research, either directly or supporting actually some of these initiatives. And they can fall in some of those categories like soil health, climate smart strategies, sustainable production, among others. When you come to strategic collaboration, I think it's very key when we are partnering with collaborators when developing projects. They should really be aligned to to youth engagement, to promoting youth and giving them a space within the sector, because youth actually play a really central role, because they're the ones who have the link, especially in research from the community back home. They know some of the challenges which are there. They've come to school, they're empowered, they learn, and they're able to develop solutions which are tailored actually to their environment and to their communities where they come from. So by doing this, we're able to enhance the practicality and scalability by having strategic collaborations, both from the partner's perspective, so that we're able to target the real issues which are on the ground. So lastly, is about sustainable funding. As we know, what is happening in the development world in regards to funding. So we need to come up with diverse sources of how we're able to fund projects and related to research on agroecology. And one of the ways we can be able to do this is by marketing research outputs. So most research actually should be able to become businesses or opportunities to create some form of income. So one way we can actually market the outputs. The other way is leveraging on public-private partnerships. We also have the government to actually support more research work and also community-supported funding. I'd like to emphasize on community-supported funding in that if the community believes in a certain, if an issue really affects the community, there are people who will be willing to come into place and actually fund this so that they can be able to find solutions within that. So that's another aspect we'll be able to leverage on that when it comes to finding diverse sources of funding. The other one is embracing creativity for sustainable innovation and agri-ventures. So when we talk about innovations which are sustainable, I try to come up with a matrix on how to put it all together. And for me, creativity ties in really well with trying to overcome challenges, indigenous knowledge, as well as scientific knowledge. In the mesh of all that's where creativity comes about. And I wanted to highlight some of the solutions which I've seen youth doing, some in the exhibits, and some even in just on the grassroots levels, in regards to some of the main areas within agroecology space. So number one is soil health. We have like bokashi, which I've seen some exhibitors having, black soldier fly as well, composting. Composting, I know it's common, it's there, but people are coming with innovative ways on how to do the compost, to make it more efficient, to make it easy, and that's where creativity comes in. There's also biochar, as well as integrated nutrient management. When it comes to how to manage the nutrient within the soil, you have to be really creative, because what is suggested out there may not work for all types of soil. So you really need to be creative in regards to the matrix of what you're planting, what resources you have, so that you can be able to actualize that. So in regards to pest management, we have solar insect traps, sticky traps. Sticky traps, I find it very interesting, because when I was in campus, we had the standard sticky traps, which were just around, like, it was the shape of a rectangle that wasn't so big. But now you find there are strips which are very long. There are others which are bigger. Then people are just innovating ways on how to do it. I've also seen some people cutting yellow containers or yellow plastic films, and they're applying like a form of glue, and that serves as actually sticky traps. So rather than buying, you're using these that you're innovating and creating. Then also IPM strategies, they require you to be innovative and definitely backed up with some knowledge, scientific perspective, and also indigenous knowledge. There are other innovative areas within the agricultural space which I've seen, for example, like the gas cooker water pump. So instead of using diesel or petrol, the gas cooker was being used, and it was found to be a bit efficient, but we need to maybe look more into it, because it was just an innovation by youths, and it was quite interesting. Seedling propagation, a lot of youth have been able to create businesses out of seedling propagation. So rather than, there are challenges when you plant seeds directly in the soil for various crops. So having them as seedlings is actually better. Then when it comes to restaurants, you find people open restaurants with different cuisines, unique, some also relying on the indigenous kinds of food which we had. And you find people are coming and prefer to eat those foods. In regards to value addition, as we've seen, dried fruits and vegetables, and also creative awareness strategies, for example, like agri-tours, so that people can learn and exchange information. So number 4, this is where I'd like to really emphasize on how youth can come in, is amplifying awareness on the benefits of agroecology by integrating it in our diverse lifestyles and disciplines. So for the longest time, we're talking about agroecology, but I think we're talking to one another who are within the space. We need to talk to people who are outside agroecology, the ones who are still doing conventional agriculture, the ones who come from different disciplines and not necessarily agriculture, so that they can actually come and be willing to adopt and actually transition into agroecology. So from the lifestyle perspective, I'd like us to focus on what intrigues the youth, what do they find interesting, so that we're able to tie agroecology to that. But if we just come with agroecology as it is from our side, they may not relate and they may not want to pick it up. So some of the things I highlighted there are wellness and healthy living. Nowadays, people go to the gym. There are a lot of gyms as compared to when I was younger right now. You find that social media is really key in content creation, so working with content creators to be able to develop content about agroecology. The issue of aesthetics, I just wrote aesthetics because right now people talk about something being aesthetically pleasing, especially among the youth, and also having events and festivals. This is a more formal event, a conference, but you can have lighter events. For example, like there was a food festival, I think sometime last month, and I did not attend, but if you could see some of the foods which are there, I didn't see anything that was representing agroecology. So why can't we have actors, the ones who have dried foods, taking it there as street food, rather than people eating crisps, they're eating indigenously grown mangoes which are dried, and it's just as well a nice snack. We also have podcasts. There are some, I think there's someone who has a podcast by the name The Organic Guy. So we need to have more of this so that we have more information being disseminated out there. We can also integrate agroecology into music and dance, and also our food, as well as AI and technology. Also, we have to consider where the youths have actually grown up, how you'd approach and share the information about agroecology to a youth maybe who's lived in the slums, because the most in urban areas, and also the ones in rural areas will not be the same. So you need to diversify how we package this information so that everyone is able to understand it from their perspective. Also, in the end, they will also consider the educational background, the religion, the tribe, and gender, because they actually play a role. What people do or find normal and maybe okay in the western part of Kenya may not be the same maybe in the central part of Kenya. So we also have to have that in the back of our mind as we create awareness about this. In terms of disciplines, I found this quote, and it says, "Defy the disciplines in spite of what you majored in or what textbooks say. Follow the system wherever it leads you." I'd like just to summarize that, in that we need to break out of being agroecology just being in agriculture. It needs to branch out from the human resource perspective of things, from engineering, from architecture, and have it integrated all there. Then we need to make agroecology a hidden gem. The youth right now will post on TikTok and you'll see hidden gem. A hidden gem is basically a nice place that you're able to visit that is beautiful and maybe like has nice prizes and offers. So I think agroecology is a gem, but you should not keep it hidden. So through these various avenues, you can be able to do that. Lastly, I want to talk about enhancing agroecology businesses through mentorship and markets. So all of you in this room, I don't want you to raise your hands, but I'll just ask, are you mentoring a youth, either an individual or a group? If you're not, you need to be holding a youth their hand who are in business, who are either in advocacy or in whichever way they're acting in this capacity, so that they're not walking alone. You give them knowledge, you empower them so that they're able to grow their businesses or their initiatives. And then when it comes to markets, youths have been able to innovate different marketing strategies. That is, some are diversifying the markets. They're making the markets more reliable and accessible, improving logistics, and also having branding and packaging which are more appealing to the current generation and times which we're living in. I'd like to give an example of, in Nairobi, if you buy something online, we have something called Pick Up Mtaani. Pick Up Mtaani, you will order something from someone who maybe has their own business page, and then they'll deliver it to their shops which have It's just an open place where different businesses can come and just place whatever orders you've paid. So you go there is a code, and you're able to pick your product, whichever you've bought. So it deals with different things, but it's one initiative that is working in Nairobi, and maybe we need to take that up when it comes to marketing of agroecology products. So that was my last point on that. I'd like now to talk about TEJATI. So TEJATI stands for Transforming Ecosystems for Jobs in Agriculture through Technology and Innovation. This is a bold program under the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Development. It is being driven by the private sector and is being supported by various development partners like WFP. So TEJATI came into place to disrupt imbalance systematically. So TEJATI, on realizing that actually 60% of the workforce in Africa is in the agricultural space, however, only contributing 25% to the GDP, you have question marks regarding that. So some of the imbalances are mainly attributed to issues like youth unemployment, malnutrition, production efficiencies, market linkages, maybe which are there or disrupted, food insecurity, as well as climate change, among others. So TEJATI was actually built on 3 main pillars: that we want to work with initiatives, partners who seek to achieve productivity, profitability, and sustainability from an economic point of view and also from an environmental point of view. So what is this TEJATI? So TEJATI is a comprehensive, multi-sectoral, and interministerial ecosystem builder seeking to create 500,000 jobs annually. So as you can see, I have talked about an ecosystem. So I want to emphasize that TEJATI may not be necessarily new, but it's actually creating an ecosystem for all partners, for all stakeholders to come and engage and actually create opportunities for youth. And it has done this by laying the foundation of the various sectors from agriculture, finance, technology, and policy, just to highlight but a few, so as to unlock the opportunities and the potential within the agricultural space in Kenya. And we can be able to do this by leveraging on things like technology, youth-driven agribusinesses, and integrated value chains to ensure scalability and sustained impact within the agricultural sector. So when it comes to implementation, I'd like to briefly highlight what we have done so far and where we are heading. TEJATI has actually been, the ideation and conceptualization process has been happening for the last 14 months. It was actually launched around the same time when the National Agroecology strategy was also being launched. So they can actually leverage on each other because the strategy provides guidelines on how to make agroecology, to integrate agroecology within county level. And actually, TEJATI gives a platform for actually making sure that this gets to the grassroots and it's actually realized. So how TEJATI functions is, it's an interministerial, working with different ministries, working with private and public sector, and working with various development partners to ensure that all stakeholders are able to derive value out of this. So let me highlight some of the initiatives which we have. Please note, these are just the core initiatives. There are others which are supporting. And one of them is a school agri-centric model, where we want to work with schools as production hubs, as job creation hubs, and as nutritional improvement hubs, whereby we're producing foods that are rich in nutrients within schools. And actually, this is supposed to be, as of May, let me just confirm the date. Coming on May 12th, we'll be actually at Serena Hotel to commission the pilot, which will be done in Baringo County. So the school agri-centric models would actually intend to apply sustainable practices to produce foods within schools in various counties so that we can create jobs and have nutritious food for school-going children. Mamlezi seeks to address malnutrition among children by empowering caregivers to produce their own foods, by having kitchen gardens, and actually them having enough knowledge about what the nutritional aspects about food and how it actually implicates the health of children. Then we have the 4K and 5K clubs. The 4K and 5K clubs, 4K have been there in the primary schools, and then 5K will mainly be there in the high schools, whereby we'll be engaging children and women to empower each other at school level so that we can be able to have initiatives like Agroforestry, which we are working with Cambria actually on this, so that to promote agroecology in that aspect. We also have the technologically advanced apprenticeship model farms. This will serve as inspiration centers, learning centers for people to come and see and learn what is happening and learn new technologies that can be able to adopt and use within their various sectors. So, the uniqueness and the value proposition of TEJATI I wish to highlight. As I've said, we are not reinventing the wheel, but clearly creating an ecosystem that's going to enable all partners to realize the goal of creating sustainability, ensuring food security. And we think that actually it's going to be a solution not only for Kenya, but actually it's going to be exemplary and maybe even adopted by other African countries. So, as I conclude, I just want to highlight, and I'll just mention them because I've talked about them, how we can actually go about this by leveraging, for example, on the strategy that we have on TEJATI, among other initiatives which I know all of you are doing in your own capacity. Number one, we need to strengthen existing initiatives and ensure youth are included in this by having their opinions included and incorporated in their perspectives, intentionally doing this and not just saying this or having them on the side. And then we need to have agroecology integrated across different disciplines and not just in agriculture alone. We also need to integrate agroecology in our day-to-day life, so having it within our lifestyles. And also we need to optimize stakeholder synergy. So we need to work together. We need to stop working in silos. I know there are improvements within that regards, but still there's more we can be able to do. So lastly, in this age of technology, I'm sure most of you know what ChatGPT is. That was not a mistake. I put that there intentionally. I asked it, what do youth represent? And it said, youth represent both a time of potential and phase of transformation, where dreams and doubts coexist, and individuals move towards adulthood. Adulthood, yes. So for me, I tweaked it a bit, and we have it as youth represent both a time of potential and a phase of transformation, where dreams and doubts of co-creating a sustainable Africa and world can be realized. So I hope we can be able to leverage on youth, on the initiatives, on the strategies which we have, and bring them together and create jobs for youths, and have them more involved in agroecology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pramila, our youth ambassador, for taking us through the potential of youth in agroecology. And we all know that Africa actually has the youngest population of youth in the world. And therefore, we are going to later introduce our panelists who are going to take us through some of the deliberations and opportunities that we can engage our youth and women. I would like to introduce our next keynote speaker, Ms. Nancy Rapando, and she told me to be very brief about her bio. So, Ms. Nancy Rapando is an agroecology and a food systems specialist, earning at WWF. And Ms. Nancy also is one of the founders and coordinator of ISFA. And maybe she's going to tell us much about ISFA. And she's also a farmer and a mentor with the Africa Women Agroecology Leaders Initiative. This is Awola. And I'm sure she's also going to mention something about Awola. So welcome very much, Ms. Nancy Rapando, to give us your keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I hope they'll soon put my presentation up. But I think today we've really been having a dialogue with friends over tea on the progress that Kenya as a country and Africa as a continent has actually made in this agroecological movement. To me, I take this to be like the third major conference that we've had in Kenya, as much as it's being called the second one. And we were thinking of, we came from an area whereby when we called upon even the private sector to showcase what they were doing that time, what we saw and what we are seeing today, I think we are seeing great progress even on the private sector, how they are taking up agroecology input and products, which is very good. I am continuously talking because I'm waiting for my presentation. Yes, so thank you now that I've seen it. Yeah, so much progress has been made, and also I believe we've answered a number of questions in terms of, we used to be asked questions like, can agroecology feed the world? And I think we are out of those questions. Is it scalable? I'm actually trying to say this so that you don't ask us those questions. That when we sit here as panelists, you're going to ask us questions that are going to form the next set of research questions into agroecology. So my presentation is not about women and youth, but I am a woman, so maybe that is why I've been put on this day. I'm actually going to talk about agroecology, the need for agroecology to get a space in the climate, agri-food, and nature nexus. So we know very well that even within the 3 conventions of the UNCCD, UNCBD, and the UN Climate COP, there has been a lot of talk around convergence of all these ideas together. And we think that agroecology has a big space in this area. So there has been a lot of push in terms of the UN Climate Summit to start considering agroecology. We have made good progress. We made good progress for agroecology to get great space in the UN, the UN CBD, and actually we can say that we're making progress. But let me give you some evidence on the impact of food systems in our ecological systems, so that we start looking at what space can agroecology actually take here. I hope now I can use this. Last year, WWF presented what we call a Living Planet report. We do these Living Planet reports to actually count on how nature is performing. And it was actually named a system in peril, showcasing that we are losing a lot of biodiversity within our ecosystems. So the report showed that between 1970 and 2020, there has been a 73 decline in the average size of monitored wildlife populations in just 50 years. And Africa actually has a 76% decline. That shows us that we are losing a lot of wildlife, we are losing a lot of biodiversity. The biggest driver was actually unsustainable food systems. And as you see, food systems are responsible of habitat loss, degradation, and cropland conversions. So we are converting a lot of land that was meant for biodiversity to be used for food production. But why is this happening? It is because much of the land is getting degraded. And it is getting degraded because of the unsustainable practices that are not agroecological. So habitat loss and cropland conversion is the main driver of wildlife and biodiversity loss across the world. But we also have other factors like invasive species, we also have diseases, pollution from agrochemicals, climate change is also taking a good share, and also overexploitation and overfishing. So let's see, what does this have to do with the above challenges? We're looking at the drivers in a food system, and we have split these drivers into environmental drivers and socioeconomic drivers. Climate change, land suitability, water availability, and biodiversity are critical environmental drivers within Africa, and socioeconomic drivers. We have demography, urbanization, technology, governance, markets, culture, and behavior. But all these aspects actually play around within our land and ecosystems in Africa. And there are always feedback loops. When there is climate change, there is land degradation, then people push into forest ecosystems and say we are looking for land to farm, isn't it? So there are a number of feedback loops when each happens. When we just take it, for example, Nairobi, when the population in Nairobi actually goes up, then we have a lot of push towards Kajiado, and it's pushing towards the Amboseli areas where we are having a critical ecosystem, isn't it? So this is what this map just means in simplicity, that each factor plays around on land and it's causing a big pressure on the land ecosystem. This land is needed for different uses, including agriculture. When urbanization pushed in Nairobi, critical land like in Kiambu that is very high potential for agriculture was actually taken up for housing. This land was actually meant for agriculture. So what is happening is that urbanization takes up land for agriculture, then agriculture goes and pushes into conservation areas. So whoever is strong is actually taking up space, isn't it? But we should never forget that our biodiversity is in those ecosystems that have been protected. So the more you push into those ecosystems, then you are again losing out on productivity. So this is the type of now evidence that we want to start bringing in these conferences so that we start actually getting a better place for agroecology. So there are also other reality checks. We conducted a study, and this one was called it's an Africa Ecological Food Future Study, and we brought a number of data sets together to start understanding this issue of land conversion, because you saw that it is the biggest driver of wildlife losses and ecosystem degradation. So when we looked at it, we looked at the typology of farming systems across the world. And when you look at some countries, they're fully industrialized, they are modernized, they're formal. But when you look at East Africa, our agriculture system is informal, and it is also rural and traditional as much as it is expanding. So it is right when we are told that in most of these areas, smallholder farming is 80% of the farming system. So if we start concentrating so much on the large holders who are like 2%, then I think we are not putting our efforts in the right place. But this data is important because it helps us to move to the next conclusion. The thing that we need to understand, I hope I can go back. So what is happening is that in the most of the areas we are talking about, small-scale agriculture is what has the highest proportion, as I was saying. But export-oriented production is also starting to increase, but it's still at a very low level. But why am I saying this is because I know most of us think that standardizations, the standards, the EU deforestation regulations, when they come up, they're going to be a big force of that food system change. They might not be, because the biggest system for Africa is quite smallholder, and it is not export-oriented. It's actually domestic. So let's see in the next slide. Oh, sorry. Domestic food demand will remain the main driver for cropland expansion in most of the sub-Saharan countries. Just look at that conversion rate. Maize is the biggest converter in our landscapes, and cassava. That is what is happening. So most people will tell you that it is tea, it is coffee. Those figures are very low. Even oil palm, those figures are very low in Africa. And so you're seeing that most of our conversions around biodiversity areas is actually out of just the food crops that we just consume. So this tells us that
Recording
when you
stop.
start asking us questions on if agroecology can be scaled up, we will be asking you being scaled up to where? Because most of the problems we are having with biodiversity is actually those very small holders that are producing maize, they're producing cassava. It's out of that peasant farming system. So this evidence is critical so that when we start looking at the entry points, where to do intensification, where to do those best practices to produce more within a small area, it's actually first within our smallholder farming system. Yes, this map was actually trying to overlap the question of population and cropland expansion. And it can also bring about the question of urbanization. So we checked this within a conservation area called the Greater Virunga landscape. This landscape is actually between Rwanda, Uganda, and Congo. Yeah, that's where that conservation area is, where you get our great gorillas. And we realized that this landscape is being converted. It's becoming a big farming area. And what is happening here is that when people are moving in because of urbanization, human beings move with their food needs. And they move and then they start farming. So setting up an urban area, and then the next day they start farming within those areas. So when you go to this landscape, actually when you travel around these areas, you will see settlements happening, and around there we are having a lot of production. Some of these could even have like refugee ecosystems being set up. And when this is happening, there is farming now starting to happen, and people settle and farm within these high biodiversity areas. Yeah, I think another thing, we checked out this in a landscape within Southern Africa called Kaza. The Kaza landscape is actually found between Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Namibia. It's a conservation area that is touching on all those countries. And we found out that areas that were having cropland expansion were facing a lot of land degradation. But I can tell you the reason for this. Some of these areas are not meant for agriculture, but because of population growth, they're being converted into cropland areas. So then the rate of degradation is happening very fast. And this tells us that we need a different farming system for such areas. These graphs were actually showing us the drivers of deforestation across different continents. And when you look at Africa, it's actually subsistence farming, which some people call shifting cultivation, compared to the Americas, where it's mainly big pasture lands, and maybe Asia, which is mainly the wildfires are the ones converting these landscapes. Yeah, I want to have a deep dive into a landscape that we know or we are connected to, most of us again. It is called the Southern Kenya, Northern Tanzania Conservation Landscape. This landscape is actually coming all the way from Thavo. When you are in Kenya, Thavo, Amboseli, it goes up to the Mara. So if you've done very good tourism, you should be knowing this area. And for the Tanzania side is actually the Serengeti, Ngorongoro, up to Kilimanjaro, Mkomazi area. If you know these areas, these are major tourist areas. That is where our high biodiversity is, and this is where we are getting most of our conservation resources. But the graph under it is explaining some critical aspects. Those of us who were in our session yesterday were able to see this. What has happened is that there's a lot of land use change within this area. And when you look at land use change, whatever you see in red, it shows that that system has lost land. Whatever you see in green, it shows that that system has gained more land. And whatever is in yellow, it's actually showing it's not very significant. But what is this showing? That a landscape that was heavily arranged land has been converted into a cropland. And when people start saying that we are not giving pastoralists enough attention in our discussion, I think they're right. We are only talking about cropland systems, and some of us, when we see cropland expanding, we want to celebrate because that is more crop production. But it actually means that we are converting a landscape. We are seeing the built areas also increasing because of population, but we are seeing cropland has gained around 298,000 hectares. That's quite big. But you all know about the big wheat farms that are also in this area, so we need to understand that. And then forest land is also gaining. And this requires a big discussion from us. Is it gaining because of this 1 billion tree planting initiatives in Kenya, and we could be planting trees in rangelands? Or, because we have a movement in Kenya where everyone wants to plant trees, isn't it? Not bothering which type of ecosystem it is. So it's either we are planting a lot of trees within these areas that are meant for rangeland, and we are not respecting a rangeland ecosystem which protects livestock and wildlife, or it could also be because of invasives. So we are working on going to do ground truthing in these areas to actually confirm why forest land is really growing in this rangeland. That map actually shows the hot pink areas, or we call it purple, how much cropland has gained in an ecosystem that is meant for rangeland. So it actually means that we're also doing shifting cultivation in Kenya without knowing, because if somewhere was meant for rangeland, why are we getting inside there? So we must be leaving some of the areas we were in and going to the rangeland areas. This is not unique. When you go to the Amboseli areas like Oloitoktok, there is a lot of movement of farmers from Kiambu, from Ukambani, going to farm in these areas. This is my last slide. We need to come up with like recommendations on what do we do when this is happening. So we came up with a decision space that we keep on filling up. One of them is that we need to change the way we are producing food, issues of how do we redirect subsidies, how do we deal with issues of land rights, but how do we also implement practices like agroecology. In terms of planning where to grow, you are seeing a lot of land getting degraded. We need to restore that land and use it for agriculture. And also, as agriculturalists, we need to get into land use planning. But most important is we need to work on influencing food demand. If there is a lot of food being wasted, we need more land to cover up for the food that is being wasted. So that becomes very critical. But from our discussion yesterday, and we've been having this discussion with several stakeholders, one of the things that is coming up is like, I think we are seeing 3 pathways. One pathway could be what we call agroecological intensification. But what if there's a trade pathway? Starting to look at if most of the land in Africa is being taken out of production with degradation, and we have to attack conservation areas, what if these areas get protected? Does it mean we need to look at trade as a way of sharing food? And when I shared this discussion with an actor like Agra, they're like, yes, this is why we are doing intensification. We are using high-level technology. We are using a lot of inputs to do intensification. But all these are responses to such a crisis. But what I can say is that we want to continue with this dialogue and come up with clear recommendations on what we need to do in order to protect some of these biodiverse conservation areas. I want to stop there, because I know that's why you're standing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Nancy Rapando, and you can You can have a seat here. You don't need to leave. You don't need to leave. Yeah, Nancy is bringing a very important aspect of our discussion, biodiversity loss as we expand croplands. And this is a very critical discussion for this conference. And she has picked on rangeland. You know, the rangelands are decreasing as we expand cropland. Is this the right way to go? What interventions can we bring in place to ensure that as much as we are expanding our cropland, we also protect and preserve our biodiversity? And of course, she has taken us through the key drivers of these losses, especially poverty and population expansion. So I would like to bring back the keynote speakers. Please join us once again on the podium. Pramila, our youth ambassador, Monica Yator, our women ambassador. And of course, I would like now to introduce our key panelists as well, to join us on the podium. I would start with Liz Chantal. Liz, who are you? From Rwanda, please join us. Dr. Beatrice Kiage, please join us on the podium. From Africa Population and Health Research Center, APHRC. Then Dr. Billion Belay, please join us. Billiam is from AFSA, Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. A round of applause for our panelists as they join us on the podium. Last but not the least, Mr. Hannington Owegi of Pelham Association and Yalta. And we are going to hear a lot about Yalta on the podium. So, welcome. So, I would like to start with Dr. Beatrice Kiage. But Dr. Beatrice Kiage works for Africa Population Health and Research Center. Maybe you can wave for guys to see you. So Dr. Beatrice Kiage is a research scientist at APHRC, Nutrition and Food Systems Unit. And she works on research that focuses at the intersections between climate change, food systems, nutrition, and health. She supports various projects, including the Zero Hunger Initiative, Welcome Trust, PACE project, IDRC, CCHEFS project, and EU-funded project Agri-Food Links, among others. Beatrice is driven by the passion for addressing challenges that affect women and youth in drylands and urban informal settlements in Kenya that are caused by climate change. I would also like to introduce Ms. Liz Chantal, who works for Rwanda Organic Movement. Liz, you can wave. Chantal Dusabe is a Chief Executive Officer of Rwanda Organic Agriculture Movement, which is the national umbrella organization of stakeholders in the sustainable and organic sector in Rwanda. She leads initiatives to promote the development of the organic sector in Rwanda through capacity building of stakeholders and advocacy for favorable policies, resources, mobilization, and market linkages. She holds a Bachelor degree in Arts in English Linguistics from the National University of Rwanda. And she's driven by a passion for organic, and she attended the International Organic Leadership course, the one for IFOAM, and she has transitioned from government service to a non-profit sector. So, and then allow me to introduce Dr. Billion Belay. And Dr. Billion Belay is a coordinator of Alliance for Food Sovereignty for Africa. Dr. Billion, you can wave. And AFSA is a network. Is a network of networks, of major African networks. He's a member of the International Panel of Experts on Food Systems Sustainability, IPES Food. His focus is now on food sovereignty, agroecology, food system, and food system transformation. And I would now like to introduce Huntington. Mr. Huntington Owegi. Just a minute. He works for, he shared his bio on Twitter, which is good. Mr. Huntington works for Pelham Association. He's a Secretary General of Pelham Association, and he's a trained socialist and a staunch advocate for social justice, and has dedicated over 30 years to combating inequality and championing the rights of vulnerable communities and promoting equitable resource distribution. As the Secretary General of Pelham Association, which is a leading network advancing agroecology and ecological land use management across Africa. And he has been instrumental in policy engagement, capacity building, and grassroots empowerment. So I will welcome our panelists to respond to one or two questions that will inform the discussion that we have today on youth and women empowerment, and of course climate change aspects that Ms. Nancy Rapando has taken us through. But I would like to start with Mr. Huntington. And my first question to you is, what role can Pelham Association play in building a regional youth movement? Huntington. And you can also add on the challenges that the youth are facing in advancing agroecology, based on the experience that you have in Yalta. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, Valencia. And thank you very much for the opportunity to allow me to respond or share the thoughts around the questions that are put forward. As already shared, I think Pelham Association as a regional network is a network that is supporting not only youth, but youth, women, and other smallholder farmers in agroecological movement. And as a network, we have got a vast network base that is having a platform, or creating a platform for knowledge sharing. And both knowledge sharing, experience from the farmers, and also bringing out other networks on the ground, because we have more than 380 civil society organizations working with Pelham across Africa. And we are working with close to 20 million farmers in the region in areas of agroecology. So bringing the aspect of agroecological learning space, Pelham is very instrumental, having both national, regional base and presence to be able to promote the work of agroecology. So we are being in a network, because we're not working alone, we have a vast base that we can be able to pull together, draw synergy with other networks, because we're also a network of AFSA. So we will be able to bring in a lot of experience and lessons, learning and sharing platforms on the first question. Now, if we go down to the challenges, and I want to talk about challenges that are drawn from implementing the Youth Learning Track Africa, that is the Yalta project, that we are implementing. One of the key challenges, which is actually even coming on the floor here, is about the access to resources to promote the youth-led initiatives. we are not having sufficient backup and resources to support the youth-led initiatives that can be able to bring up the change we want in agroecology. The other challenge that is facing us and youth and other players in this region on the network is about drawing synergy, as has been highlighted by the youth ambassador. We are having limited synergy among the networks because we seem to be working in different spaces and different settings. And this is an area that we need to really draw lessons and pull synergy together, because many organizations and networks presented here are working with the youth. But how are we consolidating that synergy and working together to support the youth initiatives? The other challenge I've seen or we have experienced is about supporting the youth-led research initiatives and innovations. Youth have got a lot of innovations and initiatives across what we do, they are doing. But how are we supporting the youth-led research and innovations? How are we supporting these processes to help the youth to be able to actualize the innovations and their creativity? That is a gap that we have been able to see in the project. We are promoting a project under the youth mentorship program on agribusiness or a business incubation on agroecology. But now then you find that there's a lot of skill gap in this process because many youth are still not having that skills or the skills not being impacted. And again, we are not working with the youth. The ambassador was very clear. How many youth are we holding the hands toward the transition that we are looking for? Because when you're transiting, you have to hold the hands of the youth and support them. So we need to think through how do we support these initiatives of the youth and drawing synergy among ourselves in the space that we have. We have a lot of space, we have a lot of synergy, but we seem to be working in different corners and not really providing opportunity for learning for the youth.
Thank you very much, Hannington.
Thank you.
For that, and I'm sure we are learning a lot from how can we engage the youth, especially in regards to creating capacity. I would like to come to Dr. Beatrice Kiage of APHRC. And my question to you is, from your experience in APHRC, the work that you are doing, how are political and economic structures shaping the experiences and responses of women and youth to climate change, specifically in the urban, informal settlements and drylands? Beatrice.
Thank you very much for that question. And as already was introduced, I work for African Population and Health Research Center, that is APHRC, which is an African-led organization. And we concentrate on research that translates into policy because we want to make sure that it does not just end at the writing beautiful papers, but something happens. So when it comes to the youth and the women, we concentrate a lot on what happens, for example, in the drylands and even the cities, and the cities we're talking about the informal settlements, because we find that these are the areas sometimes which are forgotten, and yet we have women there, we have youth there who are doing fantastic jobs and who actually are affected even by climate change issues. So we work a lot with youth to try and empower them. And we work in various projects just to make sure that we bring them to board so that we can have their voices, because unless we have their voices, then nobody knows what is happening to them. Because most of the times, as you also heard from the youth ambassador, we are not giving the youth the voices. So we are working with the youth a lot in the informal settlements, and that is in Nairobi and even in Kisumu, just to try and make sure that their voices are heard and they're at the table, because when it even comes to resources, the people who are funded are the people whose voices are heard. And unless they are heard, then they cannot be funded. We are also working a lot also with the women to empower them And we have projects where we are even working with women to make sure that we capacity build them. We make sure that they are at the table to even be able to come up with foods which are healthy and sustainable. And also, even when it comes to even supplying these foods to even some of the projects like the schools and all that, we bring the women there. So we are very, very passionate about the work that women can do and the youth, because we believe that these are not just the wheels that can drive sustainability, but really they're the spokes that move. And there's a lot that can be harnessed from these particular groups, because they're the ones which are very innovative, and yet also they are so much affected. And unless we really bring them to the table and be able to take care of the issues that affect them, then we are still not going to do anything. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kiage, for your remarks on how we can engage the youth, how we can actually make sure that the youth is an asset and not a liability to us. Ms. Chantal from ROAM, my question to you is, what is your perspective in terms of youth and women involvement in agroecology and organic trade? What are the opportunities do you see? What are the barriers? And what are the proposed recommendations in that aspect? Over to you.
Thank you, Venatia. Good morning, everyone. It's an opportunity for me to be part of this session. My perspective regarding the involvement of youth and women to advance the agroecology and organic is so high, considering that the population we have, women and youth, they form a high, big number of population in Rwanda, but also we consider that the political will in Rwanda is giving opportunity to women and youth. For example, in our parliament, we have 63% in the parliament are women, showing that the women have the potential to drive the change we want to see. But also we have seen young people doing a lot, trying to push for the change in our food systems. Regarding, for example, the work ROAM is doing, we ensure that we try to provide equal opportunities when it comes to build capacity of our stakeholders. We ensure at least 50% of men, 50% of women are given opportunity to access knowledge and skills. But also, these categories, youth and women, they face some challenges. For example, as my other colleagues were saying, with the young people still face the challenge of accessing finance for their initiatives. Yeah, of course, they have the will, they have the passion, but they access the access to finance is not easy. We also still facing the challenges related to limited knowledge and skills in agroecology and organic, but also there is a big challenge related to, for example, in our context, in high cost of certification. We are talking about trade, and certification is a big barrier because the cost is very high. Also, another challenge we face is that the current way of we are doing our business is not much attractive to young people because they want activities which brings money quickly, and the way the agriculture sector is now is not much attractive, which pushes young people to migrate to urban areas, and they leave the rural areas. Another challenge is that we are still struggling to have the policy which enable the promotion of agroecology and organic. However, we have opportunities. Yeah? We don't have only challenges, you have opportunities, considering that women and young people, they are supporting the sector. They form a big number of the population. That's an opportunity. Also, we take opportunity of having a land. Yeah? The weather, we have sun, we have rain. Those are opportunities we can take advantage of to push for agroecology and organic. Also, in the Rwandan context, we take advantage of having tourism sector. Tourism and the hospitality sector is increasing, which can be an opportunity to push trade of organic and agroecological products. We now are seeing a move of people who want to have healthy food. Now people are conscious of what they are eating, knowing that food full of chemicals is harmful for their bodies. That's an opportunity we have to push for agroecology and organic trade. Regarding the recommendation, I want to go for all the questions. Regarding the recommendations, we really request to have policies which can enable the trade among African countries. Also, to build capacity, provide enough capacity building, the know-how for those who are involved, women and youth, as well as adequate infrastructure. For those who were able to participate in the KCOA session yesterday, we have seen our multipliers are doing a lot at grassroots level, but the good work they are doing is not known. The solutions we are looking either to have enough inputs. We have seen different multipliers are producing inputs, biopesticide, fertilizers. We have seen other multipliers doing a lot in processing. All those are opportunities we are seeing in different countries, but all we need is to bring those small initiatives at another level. To achieve it, we need investment. There is a need of investing, support in proper infrastructure, packaging, as well as standards. If we don't have standards, we will not be able to differentiate different products which we see on market. To end, we need also to boost trade. For me, we are seeing agroecology as a science, as a movement, and as a practice. But I think we can add agroecology as a business. Because if we are not seeing agroecology as a business, this sector will not really move forward. So, yeah, and the last one, we should document the success stories of what is happening around, what our multipliers are doing in different countries. It's not documented. We are looking for advocacy evidences. Which evidence do we need? Things are happening. Can we just document and disseminate what is being done to our policymakers? So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chantal. We are capturing the very important aspects that you are bringing on board, especially looking at agroecology as a business so that we can move the sector forward. Dr. Billion Belay, why do we need a social movement in agroecology?
Thank you very much. I think everybody talks about, including my sister here, agroecology is a practice, a science, and a movement. I think the movement side of agroecology is the least understood, as you know. And it's that side that differentiates agroecology from other forms of agriculture. This is a difference where agroecology and other things differ. Without a movement, agroecology is a technical solution in an unjust system. It will remain a technical solution, agroecology, without a movement. And the movement breathes fire into agroecological systems. We need systems. Why? 3 reasons. One is, through movement, we challenge power. There is control of our system. There is a push for industrial agriculture. And farmers are pushed what we call a past dependence. What does it mean? Increasing numbers of farmers are using agrochemicals, hybrid seeds, and some now GMOs and other techniques. Once you are in there, it's very difficult to come out of that. Very difficult. So we need a movement to counter that, and a policy, a top-down policy implementation or policy development. A typical example would be the CADA process. The CADA process was manipulated by few actors, and they've removed agroecology out of the CADA process, despite a cry by so many farmers' organizations. So we have to resist that. The second reason for a social movement is to amplify grassroots voices, the voice of farmers, fisher folks, pastoralists. We need to amplify. Agroecology is actually the bread and butter of grassroots. It comes from our indigenous movement, indigenous knowledge. So we have to amplify the voice of these people. The third and equally important is we have to build solidarity. Agroecology is a means of building solidarity within movement. As they say, seeds grow in soil, but change grows in solidarity. No movement has all the solutions. We have to work together. So that's why AFSA has built a bridge between farmers' organizations, fisher folks, pastoralists, indigenous people, women, youth. We need to build a bridge. That's why we need a social movement. Otherwise, we cannot transform the system. That's why social movements are needed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bile. And actually, one of the major outcomes of this conference is for us to form very strong social movements and networks through such forums as the one that we are having here. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists and keynote speakers. I would like, please take the microphones around the room. Would like to engage our listeners. And my question to you is, what recommendations, based on the keynote presentations and from our panelists, would you like, to pass over to them, and also in regards to the call to action that we are going to have this afternoon? I think we are only, because of time, we'll only pick around maybe 7 questions or comments, and then we are going to close this discussion. By a show of hands. Yes, yes, yes. I think that is enough. Let me start with Stella Maris. She's there.
So thank you very much. I would like to take up the youth presentation, our youth ambassador. We were really inspired by your presentation. And one recommendation is that for agroecology to work, the youth have to be in the room to give us the ideas so that we can craft and across the world to be not just participants, but key decision makers in the agroecology we are doing for now and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kimwele. Pass over here. Do you have another microphone to go behind?
Thank you. My name is Dr. Stephen Kimwele. I'm the County Minister for Agriculture in County Government of Kitui. So I am the policy maker. We are the policy makers. A recommendation on the movement. I think we have been told that the smaller farmers constitute the biggest majority. So we need to organize our farmers into groups, into cooperatives, so that they have a strength. They need to be structured. These movements need to be structured, and they can be structured through cooperatives, and they'll be able to amplify their voices. The other bit is on the youth ambassador. We know youth love quick monies. They want to get rich overnight. There's need for youth mindset change. You'll provide the source for the income, but overnight they will just squander it. Therefore, there's need to have the practical examples and strategies so that we keep on engaging youth, they change their minds, because that's the biggest problem, the mindset change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kimwele. Take it.
Thank you all the presenters. I also want to focus on the youth presentation. I still believe there are other issues that are affecting youth participation.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. My name is Mane Nanyu. I work for Pelham, Kenya. Thank you. I would like to focus on the youth presentation. I still feel that there are so many other issues that are affecting the youth participation in agriculture. And the biggest is mindset. And it's not mindset of the youth. It's the mindset of us as parents, as other stakeholders. Because how many of us are supporting our children to undertake agriculture courses? Or do we want all of them to be doctors and pilots? And once the youth start small initiatives at home, we start telling them, your friends are in Nairobi. She's a doctor. The other one is a teacher. What are you doing with the chicken here? So it is also our role as parents and other stakeholders to mentor and show appreciation of agriculture so that the youth can also learn from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mane.
Hello, thank you. Thank every panelist for your speeches. I'm Sara Baglioni, I'm from Italy. I work for an Italian NGO called ACRA. And my question was maybe a bit more technical, but I was wondering what your experience was and about methodologies and instruments that we can use to measure the impact projects have on women empowerment in agriculture. Is there some specific methodology that you would recommend or that you think is very useful? Because we've had experiences with WEI, the Women Empowerment in Agriculture Index, but I was wondering if there are any others that you would recommend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Caps Msukwa from Malawi. I'm working on landscape transformation using agroecology. I'm inspired by the presentations, first for the youth, because I think the youth, as we have all said, is the way to go. This work we are doing on restoration of degraded lands, which our colleague presented very well when looking at the biodiversity that we have lost, the land that is now becoming useless, how can we bring it back? So can youth find opportunities in that degraded land to create businesses? Our colleague from Rwanda has talked about businesses. I think we have a lot of work to do to demonstrate how agroecology can bring in businesses. We saw from yesterday's presentations outside these displays, there's a lot of things that can be done within agroecology to create businesses. And then we also saw from yesterday's presentations that we need funding to develop these businesses. So bringing everything together, I think we are in the right forum. We really need to put our heads together and see how can these agroecological businesses thrive. The more we have in tourism, in agriculture, I think we'll win. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we are closing, maybe with just 2.
Hello.
Or 3. Everyone is holding a... let's hear from the lady first.
Okay, my name is Nore Bukalin. I am from Uganda, and I am actually handling a farmer-centered research network group. There was a heading on one of the presentations, and I am very, very grateful to have heard from it, that accelerating agroecology through evidence-based research. I would like to find out from the lady, how strong is your partnership with the researchers, and how willing are the researchers to support the research so that you get the evidence on what you're doing in agroecology? Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Caleb Odhiambo, the Secretary for Partnership and Collaboration, Kenya Agriculture Student Association. And my first question goes to the panelists and everybody here. There's a policy, we talk of policy advocacy. We forget about implementation. Again, another thing, you find that in most fertile areas whereby agriculture can be practiced without constant like irrigation, we find that land is individually owned. And now we are bringing the youth and the women. We are forgetting that in most of this fertile land, especially in Western and the other part, the land is owned by the man. And I feel like the man should be brought in the figure, because even when I was about to talk, it was ladies first. So if we can make this ladies first policy so that they own land, so I think there is need so that we look at the cultural aspect of this production as we involve the youth. For example, in my land back at home, I'm not allowed to own a land until I get to that age when I'm able to build a home. You want to tell me to get back home and practice agriculture. You have the policy that you have advocated for, but you have not implemented it. Now, we are dealing with the farmer as the foundation. We are more likely to forget the farmer, especially the man who is the owner of the land in some communities. I think we need a better policy on that.
Thank you very much. That is the last, she's the last one. We are also going to have a Mentimeter is going to run after this, so we can contribute in the Mentimeter. Who?
Thank you very much. My name is Victoria Machakaire. I work for Seed Change. Seed Change works with partners in East Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and we are implementing a project called Rural Women Cultivating Change. I'm here because I was inspired by what she said. Our partner in Ethiopia called Women Empowerment Action, they implement a methodology called family dialogue, which is really bringing families and communities into agroecology. please visit our stand on the other further side of the tent and look for rural women cultivating change. I think it's properly advertised. You can get a QR code and you can learn more about these family dialogues and other methodologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bring it in front. As we close, and also to take it back to our keynote speakers and panelists to respond to the questions. And as you respond, you also do some closing remarks, right? Some remarks, basically. Yeah, not closing remarks.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Isaac Bazubwa. I come from South Sudan. I've been listening to the main speakers, and we are talking about agroecology. And we have agroecological zones in our country, in South Sudan. But most of the crops which have been mentioned is mainly maize. And when I go outside, I see millet, I see sorghum, and varieties. Now, I was thinking that also with agroecology, it goes together with the type of crop which will do well. In South Sudan, the main crop is sorghum. Now, sorghum and millet and cassava. But when, you know the stories, when war came and people came to East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, they've gone back, they want to eat maize. Now people are struggling to plant maize in places where maize are not doing well. Maize grow dwarf. So I don't know, what is the way forward in this area with types of seeds? Last time I was in Ethiopia, I saw the teff, which is originally to Ethiopia. And they are still promoting it together with the maize and wheat and barley and other things. So what are we doing to the traditional crops in East Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Katrien van Hoopt. I'm from Natural Livestock Farming Foundation. And my question here is that you see that livestock is part of farmers' practice all over the world and in so many systems, and also within Africa, so important for both smallholders, pastoralists. But you miss it, so it's not integrated into so many of these presentations and what I see actually in general on this conference now. So my question would be, how can we bring sustainable livestock production more into the agroecology discussion also in this conference? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll start from Nancy. Any area you feel you can respond, just in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think I agree with the last two speakers. The need to bring the discussion around livestock and land suitability into the agroecology discussion. And as I started by saying that we need you to give us new areas of research and new areas of dialogue. So thank you so much. But I think as I was beginning, I was supposed to talk about what ISFA is, which I didn't do, and what a WOLA is. ISFA is the Intersectoral Forum for Agroecology and Agrobiodiversity in Kenya. It is also a big movement that has been bringing together multi-stakeholders from private, civil society, and government into the agroecology and agrobiodiversity discussion. So you are welcome to sign up to ISFA. You can do a Google and you can get into our website and then get to that. Then AWOLA is the Africa Women Leaders in Agroecology. We have been mentoring women to become leaders wherever they are and also push the agroecology movement. So the movement is growing from every place, and I want to agree that we need to get to understand how we get more farmers into the movement. So thank you so much. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Very brief, 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Maybe to respond to one of the questions to organize farmers in cooperatives and organized organizations. I think it's the way to go, and it is what is happening. For example, if we want to promote this agroecology, we should build on existing solutions we have, like the participatory guarantee systems. They are local, based, in our African context. I think, to have farmers organized, it's very important. And to end, for me, we need solutions from Africa, from Africans, and for Africans. And again, without market, this movement is missing something very important. Thank you.
Pramila?
For me, I'd just like to comment on the aspect of youth mindset. I think the youth, as much as they are perceived as going for the quick money, I think it's also because of the changing economic times. There is a phrase that people say, the pressure is getting worse. The prices of commodities are getting high. Youth are getting older. They're supposed to get into the job market, have families, sustain themselves. They have people looking behind them. How will they make money? How will they make money and sustain themselves? So agroecology needs to be very clear on how that's going to be answered through the partners coming together to engage and actually seeing this happen. As I conclude, let me just mention TEJATI and the National Agroecology Strategy. All of us partners should ask yourselves, how are you integrating the National Agroecology Strategy into your organizations and into your businesses? And moving forward, I'd task all of you, why are you not part of the TEJATI? TEJATI has just started, we are rolling out. It's providing a platform and ecosystem for all of you to come and actually realize the agenda of creating jobs for youth and also promoting agroecology. I leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pramila. You can share with us details on how we can join TEJATI. Why are we not in TEJATI? Ms. Yator.
I have 3 questions, so you'll give me time to respond. There's a lady who asked, how do we measure agroecology? And we measure agroecology physically by what we see. Of course, biodiversity change, soil health, water management, those are the changes you can see in agroecology model farms. And there was a question about how strong are we and how are we supported? We work with the University of Nairobi. We work with Egerton University. So most of our work is research-based. And we have partners like Pelham Kenya who are supporting our work. And also there's also a question, how do we bring sustainability in this project? I must tell you that we started with only 15 farmers, and we are currently working with 300 farmers in Baringo. So we work with the structured farmer groups, and we are looking forward to even engaging more schools in agroecology transitioning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think I would just like to end by also saying that at African Population and Health Research Center, we also have a movement, what we call the Zero Hunger Initiative, because I'm sure where we are here, talking about agroecology, is because we want to make sure that nobody goes hungry, isn't it? In terms of how much food they're having and what quality, that's what we're talking about, nature-based approaches and all those things. So we have this at APHRC, and we also asking you to join our initiative, and that is where with this initiative, we are looking at the drylands, and we have initiatives like what we are calling the Visibilize for Climate Action, where we are looking at how climate change is affecting women, how it's affecting children under 5, and even the youth in terms of mental health, because sometimes this is also left behind. Climate change also affects our mental health. So we are looking at all this just to make sure that everybody is able to get food and we end up having a healthy nation. Thank you very much. And just to finish, I just want to finish with one quote, that when we exclude the youth and the women, because remember I say that we are working with them a lot, then it's like we are trying to plant drought-resistant seeds and we are not watering them, so we'll get nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kiage. Dr. Billion.
Thank you very much. So many questions to answer. My brother from South Sudan is a very, very good question. I think There's a difference between agroecological zones and agroecology. Agroecological zones, you divide your country into different zones and you decide what to plant in these zones, based on the ecology of the area. Agroecology, mainly, as they say, it's a science there. It's a science in agroecological zones too, but there is little social movement in agroecological zones. Your traditional crops are very, very much important. And agroecology is based on the knowledge of the people on those crops and the crops themselves, and also bring science to really improve the productivity. So your crops are critical. I think you have to stick to them. But to finalize what I said in 1 minute, what can social movements do? I just give the example of the movement of movements, which is called AFSA. We can build evidence. Since 2013, AFSA, if you go to the website, there are a number of research that we have done over the years, which is very much important to build the case for agroecology. We did that. We resist, as you know, we resisted the spread of GMOs, the control of our seeds, the control of our water, land, through different ways. So resistance is part of our work. We are trying to integrate Yes, we try to use other policy spaces like the climate policy spaces to integrate agroecology, and we are working with our governments to integrate agroecology into policies. We are working on policy, actually the policy proposal, a food policy with farmers management system. We are working on that. Campaigns, we have different campaigns. My Food is African is one of the biggest campaigns of AFSA. Seed is Life is a campaign of AFSA. On climate, we have a campaign. So organizing campaigns is very much important. We also organize COPs, communities of practices. There are a number of farmers all over Africa on seed and on treating their soil. So we bring them together and we create an environment for them to exchange their knowledge in different ways. So there are so many ways that we are working on, providing solutions. Agroecological entrepreneurship is one of the solutions that we are proposing as a movement. Specifically also, there is a forgotten element in agroecology, which is territorial markets. These are markets thrown all over Africa and all over the world, and they are forgotten. They are considered as terra nullius, empty lands, but we focus on territorial markets. Recently, the International Panel of Experts on the Sustainability of Food has produced a report emphasizing the importance of these markets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Million. Hannington, very briefly.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Considering the discussions that we have held here and we've been holding, I think let's need to design programs and projects considering the age transition. And this is something we have been doing in Pelham and we are continue doing. There's also the need to establish agroecology business incubation hubs, which would support youth for cross-learning, knowledge sharing among the networks and within the networks. There is also a desire or need to build and strengthen public-private partnerships tailored towards the youth in agroecology. And this is something that's going to help a lot to be able to help youth transiting into agroecology and also actively being involved and engaged in agroecology work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our keynote speakers and panelists. A round of applause as they leave the podium. Thank you very much, participants as well, for the meaningful engagements and for sure some of the recommendations that have come from this plenary are going towards the call to action that we are going to read in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause as our moderator, a very able moderator, Venantia Wambua, leaves the stage. with our panelists. So I think we are very much behind schedule, and this is our main event day. We are going to have our closing event in the afternoon, and we still have some sessions to attend to. But ladies and gentlemen, we have had a few key take-homes, and just to summarize that things that are coming from the podium is that we need to make agroecology and agriculture sexy, as attractive as possible. What came out yesterday was also to amplify the pilot initiatives and take them to scale, and we need to add business as a pillar within agroecology and also integrate our livestock issues into agroecology, because right now the status quo is that we are focusing a lot on crop. So now it's around 11, 3 minutes to, and after this, I want us to listen carefully to the program. Because when we convene here in the afternoon, it will be during the closing main event. So right after this, we are going to go for tea break, 20 minutes, and we also explore the exhibitions. Then after that, we are going to go for...
It has been planted around the field, and this have been planted with the cabbage extract, attracted the diamond backward to lay the eggs on the pepper leaf. But once the caterpillars hatch out, they cannot feed on the pepper plant, which is not a usual host plant. So most of the time, the caterpillars ended up dying. So this is a kind of like dead and crop. So they demonstrated this technology quite effective in China. So we wanted to adapt this technology here in the push-pull system. Done on a 5.4 square meter plot, which was separated by 2 meter spacing. And you can see the deployment of the treatments here. So this is the field setup. So where we planted the cabbage, and in the first treatment where we used the common bean sprayed with the kale extract as the attractant crop of the pull crop surrounding the borders. And in the second treatment where we used the push crop as the onion, 2 rows of onions were planted in the middle of the cabbage. So in the push-pull component, both the push and pull crops were planted in the borders and also between the cabbage. And the last one is a pure stand, whereas the space used for the push and pull crops were left empty. Okay, so some of the data collected, of course, some of the normal plant growth parameters, including the leaf, the head diameter, and also the pest damage. Pest damage was scored based on the percent incidence for both the aphids and the diamond blackmore. And in addition, the yield data was documented in terms of marketable yield and also unmarketable yield. But for some of the associated crops like the common bean or the onion, the yield was also documented, because it's quite important to document the whole crop productivity rather than documenting only the productivity increase for cabbage or the income increment through the cabbage cultivation. So we used the normal analysis of variance using the R package, but in addition, for the insect pest incidence, we used the odds ratio because it's important to compare the groups of the different treatments and see to what extent each treatment can have an impact in terms of reducing the pest incidence over the other treatment. So here we used the odds ratio. So then in terms of interpreting the odds ratio, so the value can be 1 or less than 1 or over 1. So this will give, if it is higher than 1, it indicates. So the first group, where we are comparing, the first group is experiencing more likely yield of that particular target. So if the odds ratio is less than 1, then it is less likely to experience this pest incidence. So here I briefly present the summary of the results on the aphid infestation. So here you can see the different treatments are compared with. Sorry, the point is not working. So here we. So we compare each treatment group with the other treatment group. So in this case, let me explain the first treatment, the treatment 1 versus treatment 2, where we compare the pull crop versus the push crop. So here the odds ratio is 0.73. It means when we deploy the pull crop, which is the common bean sprayed with the extract of kale, has 0.73 times less pest incidence than the use of the push crop. So this is how the results are being interpreted. So to summarize, for the aphid suppression, only the 2 treatments, where only the full treatment involving the common bean sprayed with the kale extract and the combination of the push-pull, where the cabbage, onion and the spider plant, they were providing more effective reduction of the aphids. And in terms of the diamond backmark, the first treatment, which is involving the common bean sprayed with the kale extract, is shown to be more effective. So in terms of the yield parameters, there are some differences between the treatments in terms of the cabbage head size measured through the cabbage head diameter. However, the marketable weight or the unmarketable weight does not differ significantly among the treatments. So, of course, as I showed, here the pull crop, which is the common bean sprayed with the kale extract, it was shown to be quite effective for both the aphid and also the diamond backmark. So, so it was shown that, of course, the common bean is not the natural host plant of these insects, both the aphid and the diamond backmark. So when they are sprayed with kale extract, they are actually attracted to these plants, and then they ended up facing the food shortage challenges on these the bean plant. So they eventually died. So this is how we see less incidence of the target insects on the main crop, which is the cabbage. However, this result is very preliminary. This result is very preliminary. We showed only the selected results here in terms of the pest incidence and the marketable yield. Right now we are doing additional trials because we need to validate in multi-location trials. So right now we are conducting additional trials, we are generating additional information. But one of the most important things we need to generate is the total income which we can generate from the adoption of the different treatments, because the whole plot productivity, when we adopt the push crop or the pull crop, which can provide the additional income, is quite important. Sometimes we may not realize the yield increment on the main crop like cabbage, but in terms of the economic returns through the adoption of the push-pull treatment can result to be more remunerative than the use of only the main crop like cabbage. In addition, it's also important to demonstrate to what extent the chemicals can be reduced from the production of the cabbage when we adopt the push-pull strategy. So what I presented here is a very preliminary study, and additional trials have been conducted. Right now we are in the process of analyzing the data. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I will take it later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, if you don't mind, can you just say your name? It was a bit difficult to pronounce.
It's really awesome.
Thank you so much. So, for your presentation, kindly keep your questions and we'll have a session for Q&A. So, our second presenter would like to present on the effects of intensified push and pull technology and trust-based soil amendment on pest damage, trigger weed, carbon sequestration, and for farm productivity. And it will be done by Evanson Regan. Karibu Evanson. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm called Evanson Onset. I'm a student, hosted at DCP, at the University of Victoria. So, I'm going to present to you the synergistic effect of having vegetable integrated push-pull and that sort of life as a soil amendment in terms of pest management, farm productivity, in terms of biomass, carbon sequestration, and yield. Yeah, thank you. So that's the title of my presentation. I don't have to repeat it again, so I'm called the person who said as a message. So we know food insecurity has become a central global concern. And when it comes to Africa, it's a major concern. So for Africa to feed the ever-growing population, we need to produce more food. And in terms of staple cereal foods, of course, maize can never be out of the equation. And most of our food production system in Africa, I think, are done by smallholder farmers. Almost 80% of the smallholder farmers. However, these smallholder farmers are faced with numerous challenges in terms of production, spanning from limited resource, insect pests, like fall army is very big. Pests in terms like cereal production. We have weeds, such as like striker weeds. Now we have invasive weeds like Baringo, to low soil fertility and climate change. So these challenges, of course, they result to direct effect, including reduction in terms of crop or farm productivity and increased reliance of agrochemicals. In terms of chemical fertilizer and chemical pesticides. So at the end, we have dire consequences in terms of sustainability, on the environment, social and economic well-being. So there has been many proposals on how to address these challenges. One of them is sustainable intensification, which is part of agroecology. So there are many variant definitions of sustainable intensification. However, simply put, it is an innovative long-term approach that increases your farm productivity in an existing agricultural land, while at the same time protecting and enhancing other natural assets of the land. So those are examples of sustainable intensification in terms of crop management. Of course, we have plenty of them. Spanning from integrated pest management, disease management, increased soil nutrition, water management, crop diversification, and biodiversity, among others. So at ICIPE, we have developed many technologies, of course, related to sustainable intensification. So for this case, I'm going to discuss only two. One of them is push-pull technology, which is a habitat management approach where we can crop forage desmodium with a crop of interest. You can have cereals or even vegetables. And then at the border you plant brachiaria grass or napier grass, which acts as an attractant or full crop. So the technology has multifaceted benefits. Smallholder farmers who are practicing it, ranging from ecosystem services such as pest reduction, weed management, improved soil fertility, or soil management, to increase or production of high quality fodder for livestock. It also supports other social aspects of the farmers, including high income, more food, and also increased livelihood. So having maize as the main crop in bushmeat was not just enough, despite the many other benefits that we have. So there was a concerted effort to even increase the land farm productivity further, to diversify the needs, the dietary needs of the farmer, to diversify their incomes, and also to harness the ecosystem services provided by push-pull technology, maybe in terms of controlling insect pests when it comes to vegetables. So two versions of push-pull technology were developed, which are vegetable integrated push-pull, and we have vegetable integrated cereal push-pull. So the second innovation, of course, is black soldier fly, plus innovation. So this one is very timely because of enormous generation of organic waste from our household, towns, and cities. So by utilizing this BSF insect, we can convert this to organic waste into other useful products. One of the products is organic fertilizer, which you can use to produce our crops, including vegetables and cereals. The other useful products is protein, which we can use to formulate animal feed, among other products. So for my study, I'm interested in the organic biofertilizer from this innovation. So my question was, what is the synergistic effect of integrating vegetable integrated push-pull, BSF plus on integrated crop management, including pest control, weed management, and farm productivity in terms of plant biomass, carbon stocks, and yield? So to validate this, we carried out multi-site experiments in 3 different agroecological zones. That is Kenya Agricultural Life and Livestock Research Organization, CARO in Kisii, CARO in Busia, and Isipe, which is located in Homa Bay. So these agroecological zones are very distinct in terms of rainfall. Like in Kisii, there is a high rainfall, in Busia is a medium, and Homa Bay is a short rainfall. So we conducted this experiment during low rainfall season. So we each hosting a treatment. So I plotted, the plot was 6 by 6. So this just to appreciate what was happening on the ground, individual plots, how it was performing. So we collected numerous data. One of the data was the crop damage. For the maize, we evaluated damage caused by polonium and spray borers. So we used a scale developed by Davis et al. To score the foliar damage or the first foliar damage score caused by this lepidoptera pest. We also did a striker count, because striker is one of the parasitic weeds that normally suffocate maize. So we conducted striker count to see how this innovation reduces the striker. in the field. So in terms of vegetables, in terms of vegetable and edible legumes, cowpeas, we evaluated some of the pests that are present in the legume. So they included, but not limited to, aphids, thrips, boras, spikes, spider mites, and pot-sucking insects. So we also did a striker count. Finally, we did farm productivity. We collected farm productivity data in terms of, for this case, we collected the whole biomass. We separated into different components of the plant. And then we collected the weight. We did hair dry, sorry, that's not side dry. We did hair dry until we get the constant weight. And then we computed for the dry weight, we assessed the dry weight and computed for carbon stocks in the individual plants. So those indicated in green are the values that we use to compute for carbon stocks. We also computed for below ground carbon stocks because we could not measure it directly. So, in terms of foliar damage caused by foliar, we see where we did not have an application of either agrochemicals, for this case pesticide, and in the control where there was no any. In the control where we have mono and where we have PSF plus alone without application of pesticides. So we saw there was a high damage level. So when we have push-pull technology, we consistently got low damage rate caused by foliarium. So in terms of stem borers, we see that almost the same trend. So we see push-pull is very superior in terms of managing stem borers. So we also did for the striker counts. And from the literature, of course, proven push-pull technology is very effective in managing striker. So we got in home of the county there was high striker infestation. Of course, the technology is very appropriate. So if you have the combination of push-pull and PSF plus, we can significantly reduce the seed banks of striker weeds in the soil. But in one of the sites in KC, we did not record any striker. That's what the results are showing. Then in terms of pest of cowpeas, so we saw the aphids across the 3 sites. Of course, being high, especially in Rosemary County, and you can see. So if you have this innovation where you have push-pull technology, we significantly reduce the aphids. So for example, we also evaluated for the other pests, of course, spider mites. We only recorded on one site. So it was significantly reduced when you have the combination of this innovation. The same applies to pot borers and the thrips. So one of the pests that was also dominant in Busia, but did not record any significant or high number in other sites, was the leaf miner. We can see how the innovation behaves in terms of managing this pest. We see if you have more diverse cropping system, where you have push-pull, plus the crop of interest, we tend to reduce the leaf miner significantly. So in terms of biomass is what the plant has acquired from the soil. So we see if in terms of the monocrops, where you only have the monocrops, if we incorporate BSF plus, we tend to significantly increase the biomass of the plant. And then in terms of push-pull plots, in the same plot with many other crops, so if you diversify your crop and also incorporate BSF plus, you will tend to significantly increase the biomass. So the same trend also forecasts for the carbon stocks, where and in terms of the crop yield. So for this case, we consider only harvested batch, like for the cowpea and the maize, we consider for maize, we consider the grains. For the cowpea, we consider the edible leaves. For the brachiaria and the desmodium, of course, we consider the whole shoot because they can be used for animal, as animal fodder. So we see the same trend. When we have a more diversified system, of course, with the incorporation of BSF plus as soil amendment, we tend to increase the yield. So the key findings from my study is that push-pull technology is ideal in terms of pest management in cereals and vegetables, as well as the management of weeds, for this case, striker weeds. So push-pull, incorporating maize or vegetable into push-pull will tend to increase your farm productivity in terms of biomass, carbon stocks, and yield. So in an intensified system, such as what I've demonstrated, we further increase our farm productivity. Yeah, if you add BSF plus as biofertilizer to either monoculture or diversified cropping system, you tend to increase the farm productivity when you compare to the control. So in conclusion, so reduction in insect pest and striker weed, of course, will translate to reduction in terms of external inputs, including expensive agrochemicals, and promote quality and integrity of the yield. So, from diversifying cropping system and also incorporating BSF plus, we tend to increase carbon stocks, which will translate to climate change mitigation. Otherwise, if we have more carbon in the air, we tend to have the global warming effect. So, also increasing the carbon things in the plants, we tend to reduce the losses of soil organic carbon in the soil. So the carbon is being converted into our organic form. So vegetable integrated push-pull technology, of course, promote crop diversification. And then I did for the diversified diets and generating more incomes for the farmer. So also for the terms of desmodium or brachiaria, the high quality fodder, which can be used as livestock feeds, and also the farmer can sell it to get more income. So from this technology, compared to the agroecology and principle, of course this was our own special trial, so we saw that we can tick more of the principles. However, to take for all the principles, we need to conduct on-farmer trials to get the farmers' feelings on the same innovation. So I would like to acknowledge the University of Victoria and register that I Care Foundation that support directly this project, and CIPEL as a hosting institution, and other donors who support CIPEL directly and indirectly in terms of research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivanson. Take a seat. Kindly take the questions. We have all the questions after all presenters present. Please give him another clap. Thank you. So we go to our third presentation, which is on intercropping care with Rosemary, reducing key pests and increased parasitism, reducing pesticide use, and it will be presented by Ms. Bretta Mutua. Give her a clap as she comes, please. Karibu Bretta, kindly introduce yourself.
So, hello everyone, my name is Bretta Mutua. I'm a master's student at Isuka, and I'm registered at Southeastern University. And I'll be presenting my research work on intercropping care with Rosemary, reducing key pests and increasing parasitism, reducing pesticide use. So, vegetables play a key role in Kenyan economy because of their nutritional value And they are grown by approximately 90% of the smallholder farmers in the Kenyan highlands. And of late, they have been used as a source of employment, especially for the youth and the women. So despite their importance, vegetable production is faced with various challenges. One of them being pest and diseases, and the fact that farmers overly rely on pesticide use to control pests and also diseases. And despite that, the farmers don't have any agroecological knowledge that can be used, or they rather have little knowledge on any agroecological systems that can be used to produce vegetables. So this over-reliance on pesticides has very negative impacts on the environment and on the consumer's health, as we all know. And despite that, a constant spraying has led to development of resistance, encouraging more pesticide use, the loss of biodiversity, because once the farmers spray, they don't only target the pests, but also other beneficial insects. And despite that, it has led to pollution in the environment. And also, some of the pests and residues end up landing into our water sources, and we end up consuming them without knowing. So, as my former presenter had already mentioned, that the cereal bush pool has been used to successfully control pests of cereals, but very little has been done on vegetables. So that's where we come in and ask ourselves, what can we do at least to reduce the pesticides that are being applied on vegetables by using what we have, what the resources that we already have, that the farmers have in their fields, but they have little knowledge on how they can utilize them. So that's why it's important to look at some of the plants that we can use and to control these pests, especially the key pests like diamond backbone and cabbage aphids. So upon interaction with farmers, we realized that most of them grow a lot of herbs, but they grow them in a separate kind of garden instead of incorporating them in the vegetable systems. Some of these herbs, like Rosemary, have been reported to be very useful in production of pesticides, in production of repellents, including mosquito repellents. And therefore, we chose some of these herbs and evaluated them in the laboratory. And the rosemary stood out to be a very repellent herb, and that will be evident by my result that I will be presenting after the year. So then we decided to come up with kind of a push-pull which can be used in vegetable production. And in our case, we concentrated more on the push first, and then the pull will come as further studies. So now our main objective therefore was to evaluate rosemary and see if we can use it as with a rate in vegetable production. And we achieved this by first determining how cabbage aphids will actually, there was a slide which did not come up. Allow me to go back a bit. Yes, this one. Yeah, so we measured in this space cabbage aphids, which was mentioned by the first presenter, said that it is a pest of importance in the vegetable production, and it is a major challenge which is actually facing the farmers who grow small vegetables in small settings. And this is because it can attack the crop at very high populations and also under the leaves. Now, even if the farmer keeps spraying, the pesticide will not reach the cabbage aphids which are hidden under the leaves. So they continue multiplying in numbers, causing crop yield loss of up to 70 to 80% if not controlled well. And also the pests develop resistance at a very high rate. Yes, so I've already said this. So what we have been by coming up with a potential push plan that can be used to control the cabbage aphids. And I mentioned that we will achieve this. We achieve this by first determining the behavior of the cabbage aphid in the lab. So the study was more of lab work and less of field work, although yes, there was field trials. So we determined the behavior of the insect both in the lab and also behavior that we observed in the lab. And then to validate what we have seen in the lab, we went on to the farm to intercropping with care and see the outcome. If what we saw in the lab is the same as what we see in the field. So this is where we started by first growing the kales in the nursery, and then also the rosemary in pots, and then transplanting the kales, and after they are 4 weeks, we use them for analysis in the lab. We also collected the insects, reared them in the lab, and then gave them some time so that they don't have the field characteristics. In case we had pesticide resistant or whereby we place the cabbage aphid at the center of the bactometer, then have rosemary on one side and kale on the other side as the host plant. Then after placing the insect at the center, we observe which side of the bactometer has the insect formed. So then we went ahead for us to characterize the compounds, so to evaluate the compounds which are found in rosemary. We had to do X-ray collection of the volatiles or the order of rosemary, and then evaluating what is contained there in TCMS machine. Then further, we tested the response of the cabbage as the antenna. You know, the antenna is responsible for sensing the smell. So we have to see how does the antenna respond when we expose it to the order from rosemary as compared to the order from kale. So then, to validate all this, we went ahead and intercropped kale with rosemary in Murang'a, which is one of the major producers of vegetables and which supplies in Robinhood. Yes, so it was the field setting whereby kales were intercropped with rosemary, then that collection was done by scoring the numbers of cabbage aphids and also the numbers of the natural enemies which are related in the plots which had rosemary as compared to where we didn't have rosemary. So now on to the results. We found that when we use rosemary as a whole plant and then we tie kale on the other side of the bactometer I showed you, we saw that the cabbage aphid avoided that kind which had rosemary, meaning that rosemary had some repellent effect on cabbage aphid. The same case was observed when we used the order, the collected order. We observed the same, that it did not like the smell of rosemary. And then we wanted to see, is it really rosemary, or when we introduce the smell of kale, where we have rosemary, will it differ? So we combined kale and rosemary, and then the other side, we tried kale. And from that, the same result was seen, that it didn't like anywhere the smell of rosemary came from. Then we wanted to test, if we intercrop rosemary with kale, will we also bring on board the natural enemies like the parasites which help the farmer to eradicate the pest? And we found that when we use a whole plant, the parasite do not like rosemary, but the case was not the same when we used it volatile, like the order, the space order. And also when we combined rosemary and kale, we found that it didn't like the smell. So graph B stands out, meaning that if the volatiles are used or if the order is used, it's not as much concentrated as when we use the whole plant. Now it could mean that if the smell is very highly concentrated, given in mind that we are using or we are directing the smell to an enclosed area. So the concentration of the smell would have caused the insect to avoid the whole plant. But it was not avoiding the smell when we used the volatile or the order themselves. So then we went ahead to see what is really in rosemary that causes all these repellents, that causes the insect or the cabbage aphid to avoid it. And we saw that it has a lot of compounds, a lot of order that it produces as compared to the few order which comes from kale. And all these compounds, or all these compounds which contribute to its order, would be the reason for its repellent. we did it practically and intercropped. And we saw that when we have rosemary, the green graph, it shows that very few populations of cabbage aphids were recorded in those plots. Even compared to where we had pesticide use, the red graph. The pesticide use is what normally farmers do, meaning if we continue spraying over time, we can make the insects develop resistance and continue multiplying, increasing the populations. So then, as I said, if the pollinate concentrations are very high, which was in our case when we used our whole plant to test the response of the beneficial insect, the case was different when we went to the field setting where it's an open field and the insect can, sense the required amount of volatile. And we saw that if we, when we intercropped rosemary with cane, the parasitism was very high, meaning that the few aphids which are there will also be reduced further by the parasites. So we saw a lot of parasitism where we had rosemary intercrops, and therefore, in conclusion, we can see that rosemary has a potential to be intercropped with cane and to act as a repellent, which will help the farmer reduce the pesticides that are being applied in the vegetables that we eat or that we consume daily. So we have done some trainings on farmers, and most of the farmers are willing and have started adopting. And the extensive farmer trainings will help increase the production of vegetables and agroecological settings. So I would like to acknowledge the partners of the project and also all its donors, and finally thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bretta. Please, let's give her another clap. Kindly keep your questions on hold, then we'll have the last presenter, then we can have the Q&A session. So our next session, our next presenter will be presenting host plant resistance, botanical insecticide, and field margins. Mr. Lawrence Oche, karibu sana. Please let's clap for him as he comes. Can you introduce yourself?
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to welcome this presentation. Lawrence Oche. Currently, I'm working with Aspect Consulting Limited. So if you have any product for registration in Kenya, then by the right people can just contact Aspect. So, on my presentation, I'm going to present about host plant resistance and botanical insecticides and combined with field margins to regulate insect pests. All along, I've been hearing about insects. They are very small, but now they're very disturbing and can cause up to 100% dose. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Yeah, so that's the title. This was a project that was sponsored by Natural Pest Regulation Project, and that's the team that compiled the report. Myself, the first plan of host plant resistance was the work done by Joseph Karim, was one of the team, a student, an MSc student. So just as an introduction, the crop here we are dealing with Baringo is one of the neglected crop and of the high potential. Kind of multiple uses and drought resistant resilient crop. So it can be used as human food, animal feed, such as hay and silage, and for soil improvement. Sorry. Yeah, so one of the major production constraints is the bioherbicide, such as the insect, and it's a major threat to production of locust and other legumes. So boras and aphids are major insects, and it is reported that 80% of the yield can be lost if not well managed. These are subsisting insects, and they feed from the plant. So management, mostly people rely on the insecticide, the pesticides, the chemical pesticides, but it has got reported consequences as we have from the previous presentation. These are some of the consequences of the continuous application of these chemicals to the environment, consumers, insects themselves. Some of them develop resistance, and it's very difficult to manage. So we are offering alternative control methods, and some of the things we are looking for other alternative methods that are environmentally friendly, low cost, such as the use of botanical insecticides, which are, if prepared locally, is now the cost benefit, low cost to the farmer, and the toxicity to the environment and target organisms, such as the natural enemies. Another option is the host plant resistance, whereby you can use with tolerant crops which can withstand the infestation from these insects. So, our topic here we are focusing on how best can we control this insect of aphids through the conservation biological control. So we are now talking about field margins. That's one of the components of the title that you can see. You plant your crop at the border into other crops, non-crop vegetation around the crops, so that it can cover these natural enemies and offer extra floral resources that can support the natural space regulation in the crop. So as we conserve them, you can see they can be harbored in the field margins, which later feed on the aphids and reduce now the level of infestation. So these were constitutional trial. The study was conducted at the Government University. Those are the ecological conditions of the place of the soil profile. So the first one was the field experiment to test the insecticides. We had 3 botanical insecticides. They are commercially available, and we used Agroecology, which is the chemical pesticides commonly used by farmers to spray the crop, and either in the presence or absence of field margins. So as you have seen the clear photo, you see the field. When I'm talking about field margins, they just common crop around the main crop. So the field margins consist of four plants. That's the common weeds. They are weeds, but in our case we consider very important indeed. So the previous studies have shown that these species have an effect on the arthropod, that's the insects, and they can support them when their food, which is aphid, is not in the field. So the experimental design, the plot dimensions were 10 by 10 with 10 meters separation, just to avoid that the movement, and we are trying to at least see the treatment effects. Yeah, the Leucos variety was the DL1002. Fertilizer was applied. That's the NPK, and the experimental design was the RCPD for irrigation treatment. So on data collection, the assessment was done on aphid abundance, severity, and percent incidence. We did a pre-spray assessment 1 day before spray, and post-spray assessment at 7, 14, and 21 days post the application, that's the insecticides. So we use this scale to assess the aphid abundance. And due to the high number of aphids, we developed this scale from Kenya. We just included the pictorial just to show you the actual, if we are talking about scale 5, what kind of population of aphids are you talking about, then the severity, that's the level of damage on the crop. So we also sampled for the natural enemies, and we used yellow pine traps and sticky traps. The traps were placed at the crop center and at the field margins, retrieved 48 hours, and the samples were from the pine traps. The samples were put into the balcony tips with 75% ethanol. Identification was done up to family level for the natural enemies. So the other component was now the cage experiment, whereby this phase group, first phase was to screen this genotype in the field, and out of the whatever the 18 genotypes, initially we had 18 genotypes, and based on the field assessment, we narrowed down to 4 genotypes, 2 of which were susceptible and 2 tolerant to aphids. A total of 8 cages. That reflects now each. There are 4 genotypes. So the number of replication was 4, 8 with each in 8 plants. A sentinel plant with 60 aphids were introduced in the cages at 2 growth stages. That's at vegetating and flowering. And also we introduced parasitol just to assess the level of parasitization of these aphids. So data also was collected here on aphid incidence, number of mummies, that's the aphids that have been parasites, and we did calculate mummification percentage using that formula. So the data was analyzed just to see the treatment effects, and the analysis was done using SAS. So on to the results. Here are some of the findings we got. The insecticides indeed reduce the aphid infestation level, ranging from the aphid abundance, severity, and incidence. But we realized that in the plots with the field margins, the aphids were quite low compared to plots who had no field margins. And you can see the effect on the 2 levels, whether we have the field margins and no field margins. On to the natural enemies also, on what we find, the findings stated that with plots with field margins, we have more number of natural enemies, and here we focused on the groups that were highly abundant. We got quite a number of these species in the field, but we focused on the 3 that were quite common during the sampling times that occurred. They had a picture, I think, that's disappeared, but it's on yield. And we find that also here, field margins, plot with field margins have got higher grading of dolicos compared to those plots that had no field margins. And also, the yields from the botanical insecticide were quite comparable to that Dudu3, which is commonly used by farmers, but again, these effects was now seen on the natural enemies, whereby on plots that were sprayed by the chemical insecticide, that is Dudu3, the number of these natural enemies were quite low. So on to the cage experiment on the 4 genotypes. So if we market, there's a genotype of dolicos that one. I think it was from the Kui market. And aphids here were high. Mummies also had a quite number of mummies. And the evidence from the 2 genotypes we had, indeed they were quite supporting low number of aphids on the tolerant genotypes. So we can conclude that host plant resistance and commercial pesticide, when combined with field margins, have the potential to conserve natural enemies compared to the synthetic insecticides such as BB3. Again, field margins around oligos have the potential to support natural enemies, which can contribute to natural pest regulation. So, recommendation we have from these studies that farmers can adopt the use of botanical insecticides and tolerant genotypes in the presence of field margins to conserve these biological control agents such as the natural enemies. Then further studies can do a wide range of commercial botanical insecticide and multi-purpose flowering plants that can support the conservation of biological agents. And also we need to screen more tolerant genotypes that can withstand aphid infestation so that we don't rely on application of chemicals. So I wish to acknowledge Keynote University, who's now that hosted this program. Then the program itself was the Natural Pest Regulation of Northern Crop Legumes in Africa. The organizers of this conference and audience, that is you, we are really grateful for at least getting to present this study with you. Yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. So kindly let's give him another clap. The other presenters, kindly find your time to come to the front. Let's clap for them as they come. So we have finished our presentations and we'd like to have a few minutes of engagement where you can be able to ask and clarify any question regarding the 4 presentations that have been made, especially all of them were on the push and pull technology. So kindly just raise your hand if you have a question, and I will request that your answer to be short, ask your question to be short and precise, and also direct it to the person who should respond. Thank you. I can start from this end. Who will be this end? Come to this row. Then this row, is there anyone who would like to ask a question from this row? This row is satisfied. Last, we have one there. Then we have another one there. So 3 questions. Anyone else who have a question? 4 questions. Okay, we can handle those 4 questions. So kindly direct them to the presenters. Karibu, and introduce yourself also when you ask the question.
Thank you very much. I'm Edward Mangoni from Zimbabwe and work under Chokra. My question is directed. First of all, thank you very much to the presenters. I think it was one of those areas that we really need to think through issues of pest management. My question may be directed to the last presentation, but any presenter could also respond to that. There seems to be a huge appetite among farmers using synthetic chemicals in pest management. My question is, from your interaction with farmers, to what extent are the farmers ready to use environmentally friendly and organic solutions in pest management?
Thank you so much. So, Lawrence, did you answer that question? The second question there, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Chakwiza. I'm from Zimbabwe. My question is probably directed to the panelists to say how best can we attract, say for example, the black soldier fly. How can we attract it? How can we have this?
Okay, thank you. Black soldier fly was done by Evanson. Thank you. Next question, Rachemo.
My name is Rachemo from Penang, Kenya. Thank you everyone for the wonderful presentations. But I wonder, how will this information reach farmers? Because you have amazing results, but how will it reach farmers? What plans do you have to disseminate your research? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Question on dissemination. Do you have space or anyone can respond to it? Thank you. The last question here.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Gideon Kagi. I'm from the Society of Crop and Business Advisors of Kenya. And my question goes to the second presenter. You talked about carbon sequestration and also something to do with, let me confirm, so that I be specific on my question. And farm productivity. But you only talked about carbon sequestration in your conclusion. And I didn't see, unless I was not attentive, I didn't see something to do with how you measure carbon product in your work. And before I conclude, thank you all for your good presentations.
Thank you so much. And I would like to add a final question. I would like to know, this is a follow-up for the dissemination that have been asked to the farmers. When you are doing your field trials, are you incorporating the farmers so that it can be participatory research where the farmers are also engaged in the field trials? So I'll start with Lawrence. Can you be precise? Thank you.
Thank you for the quizzes. It's very helpful. I think they're taking another dimension on how to handle some of these aspects. Mostly on the communication. We find there are a lot of publication papers, but the dissemination of this information to farmers is still a big challenge. For us, we did these trials were done in 2 levels. One was on the station, and others also this was a project. Some of the colleagues did the work on farm and were able to bring farmers at least to understand some of this aspect and we have the findings. And then also we did a stakeholder engagement whereby we invited farmers just to appreciate some of these new technologies on pest management. On to the first question on the adoption of other alternative methods by farmers, I think communication around this is still the big challenge. Because how the chemical insecticides are being marketed and promote their promotion, and farmers want quick results, some of them just apply next the following day the insect is dead. But with the biological, the kind of need and at least that population build up of the natural enemies. So I think it's communication around these technologies and how they can reach farmers so that they will create awareness on the alternative safe methods of pest management. Thank you.
Okay, I think I can go second. So in terms of farmers' participation in research, so like the innovation that I shared, we are trying to generate empirical evidence from on-station trials. But at the same time, we also are recruiting farmers through various engagement, farmers' field day, focus group discussion, and also interviews on how best they can incorporate this innovation into their farming system. For example, one of them is like incorporating their most preferred vegetable into the same system, so that you don't have to introduce something that is totally new. At least they have vegetable, they have maize with them. So they want to recommend which maize, which vegetable they can integrate into this innovation. So at the end, we go and evaluate to get their feelings on the step. So the other question about why most of the farmers are not taking in the synthetic pesticides, they are still relying on synthetic pesticides rather than the other innovation that we can use in terms of crop management. I think we can attribute that to lack of awareness. Yeah, we have not done good awareness to inform farmers. Of course, we have low-cost alternative or technologies of which they can adopt, control, to manage pests, and also increase their farm productivity. So the other question was about ESF, how can we harvest? So natural ESF are found on organic waste. So I think the first person who discovered ESF, they found it on organic waste, especially in the markets. So because they were composting this organic waste into other useful products. But at the CPEP, we have rearing facilities, well equipped, we have enough knowledge about it. So we do training also for the farmers who are interested, or a group of the farmers who are interested in the same innovation. We train them and provide them with the starter kits, and then they can take it from there. So lastly, on the carbon sequestration, so in terms of carbon sequestration, how do we measure? So first, for you to measure carbon sequestration, we need to measure the biomass. What is the biomass of the dry rate? The dry rate of the plant material, both above ground and below ground. And then I provided the computation there. How do you compute these carbon stocks? We already have the computation provided in the formula provided in the literature, of which we adopted. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to add for two of the questions. The first one is how we can reduce the reliance of the farmers on the chemical pesticides. It's not so easy. Based on my experience for the last 2 decades working with the smallholder farmers in both Asia and Africa, it's not so easy because of the following reasons. The pesticides. Why the farmers are relying on pesticides? Because they are available, and they are affordable, and they are easily accessible, and they can just clean up everything on your crop. So if we want the farmers to move away from the pesticides, or they reduce the reliance, if we want them to reduce the reliance on pesticides, we have to look at what are the alternatives. And then, if these alternatives, are they available, are they affordable, and are they accessible?
My final question is absolutely. Given there is some strategic research which...
Okay, sorry for the first one. So these are the 3 key things. Are they available? For example, you take biopesticides. Probably they may be available in the market in Nairobi, but are they available within the reach of the farmers in Muranda? So this is the availability and also the accessibility and affordability. When it comes down to some of these alternatives, biopesticides, pheromones, they are very expensive. They are very expensive for the smallholder farmers to adopt. And then, if the same amount of money or less amount of money can be used for buying the pesticides, which can be providing a broad spectrum effective, then you buy a pesticide or the pheromone. So these are the 3 things need to be addressed in terms of the alternatives. And the 4th important component is the desirability of the farmers to adopt these alternatives to reduce the chemicals. What decides the desirability? The 3 important components. The first one is the simplicity of the technology, because pesticide is easy to apply, which takes care of many problems of the field. So if we want to provide, say, an IPM, the IPM component should be very simple for the farmers to adopt. Simplicity, effectiveness, they should be equally effective like the pesticides, and most important, the next E is the economical. It should be cost effective and also able to bring the same amount of or even better economic returns. So affordability, availability, accessibility and sustainability are the 4 key components for adapting alternatives to reduce the reliance on chemicals. And for scaling, yes, traditionally we were working on a very linear approach of top-down. We researchers believe that we can do a better research, we can develop a better technology, and then we can go to the farmers, and the extensionists and tell them, oh, these are the best and better solutions we have, take it up. But it will not work anymore. Because we need to go on a participatory mode. The feedback of the farmers is very important. So you develop innovations, but at the end of the day, you conduct translation trials, you generate excellent results, but it may not be the same result you can expect when you take these innovations to the farmers field. So the participatory trials at the pilot stage are very important. Go to the farmers, put the trials in their own context, and generate the results, and most importantly, take the feedback. So this feedback mechanism is very important to refine your innovations in a way that can be adaptable and acceptable to the farmers. So unless we have the participatory approaches at the pilot stage of the innovations, the scaling is going to be a challenge. So this will be the key step in terms of having the scaling and adoption of the technologies.
So I'll base my argument on what we have already done. If the farmers are really willing to adopt these technologies, the answer is yes, the farmers are willing, because the approach that we did or that we used was that we didn't introduce any new thing to the farmers. It's just the resources that they have, and it's the same resources, only the arrangement or the system that they use is what we will change. So the farmers are very willing to adopt because we find them asking questions about your study or whatever you're doing, and they even call you to show them how they can do it in their farms. And where we can set our experiences, we could see that some farmers could even pass there for trainings, and with time we got a large number of them. And eventually around 80 farmers from 2 counties have already adopted intercropping these herbs with vegetables. So yes, they are very unique.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I will allow me to summarize the session, and some of the key things that have come out of this discussion is that we don't have the push and pull technology for the vegetables, and that's why these researchers are working on that, so that you can be able to see how it's effective for vegetable also production. It's also key in terms of herbs like rosemary are now being used as repellent in some of these technologies. Then there's need of a lot of information and creation of awareness on biological inputs and innovations for pest management, especially among our farmers. Then for farmers to adapt to some of this technology and the biological inputs, there's need of 4 key things. That is accessibility of these inputs, affordability of these inputs, accessibility, affordability, availability, and sustainability. And when we are talking about sustainability, we have to ensure that the technologies we are introducing to these farmers are simple to them, that they can be able to use. It should also be effective, that they can use and they are able to manage the pest, and also cost effective, so that we also reduce their cost of production. The other thing which came out clearly is there is the importance of participatory research with the farmers, as they are very important in this process, and it's also good to have the feedback mechanism if we really want to scale up this innovation. So thank you very much. I've been your host, Pramila Mwibanda from Plenary, Kenya. Asanteni sana, karibu for lunch. And let's give a final clap to our panelists here. Thank you so much, panelists. I think you are going to... You have? Sorry, another question? Okay, kindly allow me to have that one, but please, Mama, make it very short. We are running out of time.
I'm going to be so brief. Although my questions have been answered, I am Rosemary from Groups Kenya, and we work with women at the grassroots. We have got over 5,000 women, and we have got demos. So my question, as I said, I wanted to know how will we, as farmers at the ground, reach your expectations all what you have given us, because we are the ground. We as partnership. If you give us the rule of how we can change, as farmers we are ready, but how will you reach to us?
Okay, thank you so much, Mama. Anybody would like to respond? How are you going to reach to these farmers with this information? Because it's just one farmer represented here.
I'll talk on behalf of the CPEC. So what we know, we have a department called Technology Transfer Unit. So we tend to reach farmers through various trainings in different countries, and we have also a target. So we target farmers, and for example, if you are coming maybe from Moranga or in central Kenya, we have many demonstrations there. We normally Kitui. Yeah, so, but of course we have been in central Kenya, but then we are trying to extend to Kitui. For example, this innovation like push technology, we have almost like more than 350,000 people practicing it in East African countries. So we have not taken data maybe South African countries who are also practicing the same technology. But also another approach, also farmers, maybe through the counties also, or other organizations, you can make an arrangement, come to ICIPE, we provide free training, and then we have the technology with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So Mama, please, after this, follow him, he gives you his contact. You can follow him after this. So thank you very much. Let's have the final clap for the panelists. Thank you. Please, let's have a final photo here. One group photo, then we can close.
And agroecology in reducing pesticides dependency and promoting biodiversity. And lastly, we have an objective to examine the influence of long-term farming practices on weed composition, diversity in different agroecological zones. And I would like to ask to have the first presentation, and I would like to invite Professor Balakrishnan, who is the Professor Emeritus from the University of Disciplinary Health Sciences and Technology from Bangalore, India, to come and present to us a first presentation, which will address the issue of veterinary medicine as an alternative to conventional antibiotics and veterinary drugs. So if you can have this presentation up, I can see it's up. You have some 15 minutes to go to us and do your presentation. Welcome.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon. A couple of things we are looking at a crop for the agroecology solution. So I am a old man in this. We are talking about livestock. How important is livestock in agroecology? Why livestock is important? Because livestock is also very important for human health, very important for environment. So it is important in the one health thing. That's why we are delivering livestock is also important. So I talk about one second about my institute. It is University of Transdisciplinary Health Science and Technology. I am working here for the last 20 years. I am working on animal health for about 17 years now. We also offer masters in science, in different topics. We also do offer PhD program for animal health, especially traditional-based knowledge system for animal health. And we also have the MSc Life Science. Agroecology is an Indian science on health system. And our main motto is revitalize Indian system of medicine. See, why a rationale about why we wanted to go to herbal veterinary product. The India leads the production of milk last year about 230 to 258 metric ton, the 2024. What we did in the 1960s is that we introduced a program called crossbreeding strategy with exotic breed to increase the production from 1960 onwards. But one thing is happened is that the unintended side effect is certainly was high disease incidence in the crossbred animal. So what happened? Excessive use of antimicrobial and chemical veterinary drugs and for the animal. So this was done without effective implementation of regulatory policy, which led to high veterinary drug residues in the food from animal, especially milk. Threat to human health due to microbial resistance to antibiotics, high treatment costs, reduced fish quality. AMR today is the global problem, not only in India. So therefore, it is very important to, why it is important? Because all the food products have started having antibiotic residue. Especially I checked all about 35 brands which is sold in India on milk brand. I found that out of that only one brand does not have antibiotic residue. That means when you are drinking one glass of milk, you are also drinking some amount of antibiotics, which is not good for you. And recently I saw a report, 1 kilo of meat has got 114 milligram of antibiotics residue in it. So it has become very, very important to see that the residue is reduced. So in India, the animal health is century, not only century, about 5,000 years before also we had a separate division for animal health in tradition. We got a lot of papers on elephant health, horse health, goat and cows. So we got two systems, Indian system of medicine have two branches there. One is science, which is systematically studied one. Theory and physiological functioning is also taken into consideration. We got a pharmacology in that. This is etiology is here. So that is a part of science, just like any Western science. We got another folk or oral tradition in India, which is around 3,600 ethnic communities. They practice it for human as well as animal. And this mainly not based on the theory and practice, it is based on the lifestyle, food, location, and ethnic health related practices, lifestyle, food habit, customs and beliefs. So how it is all used by communities still. Around more than 6 lakh villages, there were people who healers who use it for human as well as animal. But one key challenge is to find out the effectiveness and control levels of these practices, that is safety and efficacy. So revitalizing this formulation based on Western pharmacology is a very cost-effective, very difficult exercise, because one is that we cannot do assessment of these traditional knowledge which is present by alone. So alternate approach, efficacious and safe veterinary practices, that is herbal formulation mainly based on the medicinal plant formulations, are used for preventing first is prevention and curing the clinical condition in the next job. Thereby reduce the drug residue in the milk and other food products from the animal. This was the objective which we started to working with animal. So we got a strategy for that. That is a strategy. We first prioritize the conditions, identify the local formulations, then document them repeatedly without any mistake, Then we got I told you the codified system. We assess it first. Then we do a rapid assessment, having a sort of agreement that everybody is together. Okay, this particular combination is good for this particular condition. Then we can do clinical trial using the central enterprise development and product development. We also identify the safe and efficacious one, promote it through promotion activities like training program and such as training veterinary farmers and all. We also make the farmers to grow plants in their house so that they can use it at any time. So that is called home herbal garden. So what we do? That's what very important. We have documented about 441 formulations for 51 conditions from the community. That also on 25 locations in 10 states. It is a large thing. Out of that, we listed about 302 medicinal plants for 16 other medicinal materials for extraordinary medicine. Then what we do? We did an assessment, the first assessment. Then we also did retrospectively, I will tell you. We treated about 1 million cases treated for 34 disease conditions using this veterinary practitioner shows overall 80% of the cure. Then we are also working in National Dairy Development Board. So they got a system or enough system where we can get the data without even, once the data is generated, we cannot even change. So that data is. And also the recovered animal, by using the veterinary practices, it has produced more than 7.3% of more milk production. That is another good part of it. Then, intervention impact study indicate. We also selected a few areas where we intervene, train the farmers to use these combinations, and then find out what is the residue in the milk. We are able to reduce 87.78% of antibiotic residue in the milk in the study area. Reduce the incidence of mastitis. That's why I told you it is preventive also. 84% of reduction of mastitis alone in that area. Then 98.2% enteritis, reduction of enteritis. Infertility, 98.2% of reduction in infertility. Then pox-like diseases, on the other, 100%. You treat them, after some time, that disease is not at all there. We trained around 3,134 veterinarians to use this and then promote to the farmers. We also trained about 10,776 animal husbandry persons. 30,000 farmers to use this. Everyone. Established around 630 demonstration area so that people go and see raw data, they can go and study that. In the country all over. This is between National Dairy Development Board as well as the TD. Yes. These are data. You can see the data. These are the conditions which we are monitored. About that is a bit less than what I said, 1 million. You can see the data. About 78% were in the earlier one. Now it is 80, more than 80% too. So total of 79,832 veterinary service called. But usually what happens that any dairy farmer got problem, they call the veterinarian, they have to go there and then look after them. But after introducing the training the farmer with this one, 79,832 call has been reduced. The farmers are themselves able to treat their animals without any intervention by veterinarian. That is from 2017 to 18 data. Developed 4 herbal products. One is for mastitis, second is for essential parasite, 3 immunity booster boards, and 4th one is wound oil. Then international collaboration we had with Ethiopia and with the National Livestock Development NLF. 60% reduction of this is mainly done in Ethiopia. One experiment we have done, one innovation we have done, where we are able to reduce 60% reduction of carbon mortality with this methodology. 50% increase in the milk production in the area where we are doing. 33% increase in the farm income because the milk has become better than that. Including 20% cost reduction for healthcare. That is one of the major. Improved quality, 8% antibiotic residue reduction, improved general content, fat, protein, lactose, salted and non-fat material and density. 50% and 30% reduction of E. coli, Staphylococcus aureus, respectively. So what we think that we already are able to make a system leap for the ethanol milk prices. Healthier and more resilient animals, improved milk production quality, reduce the use of antimicrobial and their residue in the milk, and the environment such as water bodies and soil and water. Why I told in the beginning, when you wanted to have organic agriculture, you need to use some of the manure from the animal dung or urine. And if there is a residue in that, it will go into soil. It also goes into the crops. Even when you are having the agriculture crop, if you are not careful, the antibiotic will go there. It will be in the seeds or it will be in the vegetable or something which you are eating. It will also go in the soil water. The water will also have antibiotic residue. So therefore, if we can reduce the poison is very important for animal health because animal health is the one which controls the water. It is for human health as well as the environment. So therefore, we are able to set that the animals such as water bodies and soil and crop plants can be saved by less need of warm because you know that when you give the single drug compound, all the worms will become resistant, and therefore this one will be we got a combination where it will control. Then initiate system is that is double-fold increase in the awareness of BVM among the stakeholders. Double-fold increase in the awareness of antibiotic residue in the milk. Six-fold reduction of preference of antibiotics for markets among farmers. Reduction of cost of purchase of antibiotics from that is 70 to 80. 5.4 million rupees reduction of antibiotic purchase cost. Reduction of cost of purchase of other veterinary drugs. 30.84 million rupees reduction of cost of purchase of medicine. This is the way we do it. That is the government. We adopt them, then that is the process. Then policy advocacy, then it's One Health idea. That is the way we work on that. These are places in India we work. We are only able to even cover 50% than 50%. A material for mainstreaming this. We make we got different languages in India. So 13 languages we got material to be distributed among the farmers as well as the veterinarian. This is where we put posters. You can use your phone, scan that place, then you will get all the details. This is one example of mastitis. These are three materials we use. Aloe vera, turmeric, and then this is hydrogen hydroxide. You make a paste like that, apply it externally for 5 days. Then the mastitis is gone. This is an example. It is after 5 days, the cow udder infection is gone. We also did a microbiome study in the milk after treatment and before treatment. The microbiome, you can see that. After 5 days, everything goes to the minimum. The other two diseases, the pox-like material that wart on the animal, after treatment you can see below.
Next one is the external parasite. So much of parasite is there. After 2-day treatment, you can see the last feature. The completely clean. So what India can share with the others? We can train documentation, local health tradition. We can also training of trainers we can do. Herbal home medicine for primary health care we can distribute among the people. Establish home institutional garden. You can see the farmers themselves establish a garden from which they can use that plant. Only 2 more slides. And then they grow it, and then they use it for the human as well as animal primary health. There's some of the example of gardens which they have prepared. Aloe vera is grown. This is an institutional garden. The Dairy Development Board planted so much of aloe vera so that their people can use it. And last part is, the government of India has also taken up this one for standard veterinary treatment guidelines for livestock and the poultry. So government of India has taken up all the 34 conditions. Now they have become legal in India. We can train the people, they can use it, train the veterinarian as well as farmers. So this is I think last slide. Yeah, this is a conclusion. Adopting veterinary science and practices to combat infectious diseases in livestock has been identified and tested as a key game changer in reducing the use of antibiotic and veterinary practices. These are our partners. We got Government of India, all other state veterinary councils, and then universities. These are the universities, these are our partners. We got natural livestock farming in 3 countries, all the 4 countries. I think that is, that's why people are applying it. And thank you.
So let's appreciate Professor Maritas Balakrishna. Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. We are just going to go to the next presentation. I just forgot to say my name. My name is Samuel Dongo, working with Kenya Organic Agriculture Network. We are going to get a presentation from Royce Kioko, who is a research scientist and a pathologist also, from Toothpick Company Limited, and she's going to present to us Kichwa Kiri. That is a bioherbicide transforming agri-food systems in Kenya. Karibu, Royce. You have 15 minutes to present to us.
Good afternoon. Yes, as you've been told, my name is Lois Kioko, and I will be talking to you about Kichawi Kill, a bioherbicide that is transforming the agri-food systems in Kenya. Did you know over 340,000 hectares in Kenya are infested with striga? I'm here to discuss this beautiful yet destructive purple flower called Striga hamontica that affects the western and Nyanza regions of Kenya. Imagine being a doctor unable to treat patients because they are too malnourished to excuse me. Imagine being a doctor who is unable to treat patients because they are too malnourished for proper medication. One of our co-founders faced this in 2007 while working in Maseno. He wondered why his patients were all underweight despite the ample rainfall in the region. So, a local nurse took him to a striga-infested maize field, revealing the root of the problem. And he knew from then, striga had to be dealt with if his patients had to be helped. And that's how Toothpick Company was born. Infesting over 40 million farms in Africa, striga affects our staple cereal crops. It causes up to 100% loss in crop yield, and it's considered to be Africa's #1 top food security threat. Striga destroys the crop before emergence. It attaches to the roots of its host within 72 hours of planting. It then goes on to suck the nutrients and water, leaving the crops stunted. This is the effect of striga. And this is common in our Western and Nyanza regions. Many interventions exist, yet they still have limitations. Kichawi Kill, a bioherbicide by Toothpick Company, stands out because it is safe and affordable. It restores the crop yield, it attacks the striga seed bank in the soil, and it guarantees farmers a return on investment. This is an African-led innovation, and it's among the world's first commercialized bioherbicides. Kichawi Kill uses selected strains that have the ability to overproduce amino acids that kill striga. And these amino acids are circled in yellow. We have tyrosine and leucine, and the third one is called methionine. Initially, Kichawi Kill used a cooked rice substrate, whatever you can see there in a bucket. And this cooked rice, we used to introduce toothpicks that contained the fungus, then transport to the farmers. This was not feasible because it had a 10-day shelf life, and we could not even diversify our distribution channels. Through further research, we were able to develop a new formulation. And now Kichawi Kill is a simple powder-based bioherbicide that is coated on seeds before planting. And we are able to distribute this to farmers and stock in agrovets. The images you see here are Kichawi Kill in action. To dig deeper into the numbers, we see on average a yield increase of up to 60%. And this can even go higher depending on the striga seed bank. If a farmer invests approximately $15 to treat an acre of land, they are able to see a yield increase of up to 450 kilograms. And this translates to $170. And this is 12x in return of investment. Since 2023, we were able to treat 10,000 acres, and this translates to $1.7 million going back to the pockets of the farmers. We've come a long way since 2007. We've had support from various organizations, such as CALRO, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Veltunga Hilfe, the World Food Programme, among others. We are also working with a team of scientists all across Africa in the striga-infested zones, the ones colored in green. Our key goal as of now is to expand across East Africa. Right now, we have Uganda at the forefront, and as we speak, we are holding regulatory trials for approval. Here back in Kenya, we're in process of having our Kichawi Kill label extended to treat also sorghum seeds and protect them from Striga hamontica. We have also proven our concept on Kichawi Kill's ability to control Striga asiatica. So Striga asiatica is another species of striga that has red flowers instead of purple flowers. It is found in other countries of Africa doing the same damage, and here in Kenya, it's found in the coastal region. So I hope that you all join me in this enthusiasm to use biology to fight biology in any capacity, be it in research, our expansion plan, or even partnering with us to reach more farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Royce, for that interesting presentation. You know, striga is a serious problem, especially in Kenya. And you have got a solution, a viable one. So we are continuing with the presentations. The next, we are going to have Bo Raga. And Bo Raga is a senior policy advisor with the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation in the Division of Agriculture. And he's going to present to us a presentation on agroforestry and agroecology, sustainable and safe alternatives to pesticides for increased biodiversity and human health. So, Bo Raga, you have 15 minutes to present to us. Welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And firstly, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to talk in this conference. I'm presenting a policy brief, which is named Agroforestry and Agroecology, Sustainable and Safe Alternatives to Pesticides for Increased Biodiversity and Human Health. So this policy brief is produced by the Agroforestry Network. This network consists of several organizations, like the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation I'm working for, VI Agroforestry, who's also a co-author of the brief, the Swedish International Agriculture Network Initiative, SIANI, Stockholm International Water Institute, CV, Forest Climate and Livelihood Research Network, FOCALI, Swedish University of Agriculture Science, SLU, Stockholm Resilience Center and Stockholm University, Agroforestry Sweden and NIRAS, which is the consultancy firm, and also ICRAF. So my name is Bo Lager, and I work as the policy advisor, as been said. I have been working in Africa and Asia in the area of agriculture, agroforestry and forestry, and landscape restoration for many years. So let me first tell you about the organizations behind the pesticides. The organization I'm working for, the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation, is a truly grassroots and democratic civil society organization that was founded 1909. And it's the largest and most influential environmental organization in Sweden with more than 200,000 members, which is forming a strong grassroots movement in conservation. And it reaches all parts of the country. But we also have an international program where we are supporting more than 40 local partner organizations globally with financial support from the Swedish government through SIDA, which is the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency. VI Agroforestry is the Swedish International Development Organization fighting poverty and climate change in East Africa. And the base of the work is agroforestry, where trees are planted alongside crops and livestock. This gives better yields, more fertile soils, a richer variety of crops, and increased resilience to drought, floods, and other effects of climate change. Since 1983, VI Agroforestry have contributed to the planting of over 156 million trees. And over the last 10 years, we have supported more than 2.4 million people, improving their livelihoods through agroforestry. So can we have the presentation on the screen? So maybe while we are waiting for the presentation to come up, I can still continue. So actually this policy brief and what I'm going to talk about is basically the role of agroecology and agroforestry in sustainable farming. It's about reducing resilience on synthetic pesticides and building resilience agroecosystems. The policy brief is taking up the policy and research implications, the business case for bio-inputs, and finally a call to action. All right. All right. I should maybe continue by us talking, or is it better I talk? Okay. Okay, so we can take the next slide. I think. Okay. All right. So sorry about that. This policy brief is providing evidence for agroecology and agroforestry as safe alternatives to an agriculture system that rely heavily on inputs of synthetic pesticides. So as we know, across the world, small-scale farmers who produce most of our food are leading the way by adopting agroecology and agroforestry as core farming practices. Many farmers are already choosing these alternatives, often out of necessity. Health concerns and financial constraints drive them away from chemical inputs, as synthetic pesticides are expensive and linked to long-term health risks. To enhance food production while protecting the environment, we must embrace farming system that works with nature, not against it. Agroecology and agroforestry approaches provide natural pest control, improves carbon storage, and increase biodiversity. These are key ecosystem services that sustain life on Earth. They are financially viable and ensure food and nutritional security while restoring and protecting biodiversity. We cannot continue the business as usual. We have to change. And the transition away from hazardous chemicals is not just an option, it's a necessity. Agroecology and agroforestry offer scalable, sustainable alternatives that can support food production while protecting farmers, consumers, and the environment. So the question we must ask ourselves is, will we continue down the path of chemical dependency, or will we invest in farming systems that safeguard our planet and future generations? So by replacing synthetic fertilizer and pesticides with biopesticides, biofertilizers in agroecology and agroforestry systems, these methods will restore soil health. They will improve soil fertility, water retention, nutrient cycling, creating resilient farming that sustain productivity over generations. They support biodiversity, encouraging pollinators and beneficial insects that maintain ecological balance. Agroforestry supports pollinators, increases crop diversity and nature's soil life, fostering a balanced ecosystem where nature thrives alongside food production. In climate resilience, by enhancing carbon sequestration, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and improving adaptation to erratic weather, these approaches strengthen farming communities. It is protecting water resources, preventing pesticide contamination of groundwater and ecosystem, and also addressing health concerns. And finally, the financial concerns of small-scale farmers who is no longer dependent on buying expensive inputs. So this is just a few of the systems that we are taking up in the policy brief. We are talking about integrated pest management, agroforestry for natural pest control, mechanical pest control methods, push and pull technology, biological pest control, botanical and indigenous pest control solutions. So these are just some examples that we are talking about in the policy brief. The policy brief also makes a compelling case for biopesticides and biofertilizers, emphasizing their economic viability and their role in unlocking both business opportunities and environmental sustainability. But why? Yeah, agroecology is more than a farming method. It's a long-term investment in sustainability. It ensures that future generations also inherit fertile soils, stable ecosystem, and a thriving rural communities. So by shifting to bio-inputs, farmers can reduce dependence on costly synthetic chemicals, improve soil health, and enhance resilience. But the benefits don't stop at the farm. Agroecology and agroforestry create jobs and drive rural development. Businesses that embrace bio-input technologies and agroecological methods are not just future-proofing their operations, but also tapping into a lucrative, fast-growing market. So the transition to bio-inputs is not just an environmental necessity, it's a strategic economic decision that benefits everyone, farmers, businesses, consumers, and the planet. So by scaling up bio-input production and adoption, we can build a resilient, profitable, and sustainable agriculture system. So now is the time to act. Policymakers, investors, and agriculture leaders must seize this opportunity and drive the transformation towards a more sustainable, thriving, and economically viable food system. And this is the important. So if you haven't remembered anything from what I have said previously, this is our call for action. So this is a call for action to enable agroecology and agroforestry to reach their full potential. So the transition to a more sustainable, resilient, and health-conscious food system cannot happen in isolation. It requires strong policy support, strategic investment in research, and widespread farmer education. Policymakers, researchers, civil society, consumers, and other stakeholders must work together to remove barriers, create incentives, and accelerate the adoption of agroecological and agroforestry practices. Therefore, we call for action, the business and market actors, to develop and expand markets for bioinputs and biopesticides, and make sure that these products can be found in the agrovet shops. Increase the investment in research and development of farmer training programs to support widespread adoption of biopesticides. Train and certify traders in IPM technologies. Strengthen organic value chains to guarantee fair compensation and price premiums. For consumers, raise the awareness about the health risks. Drive market change by increasing consumer demand for chemical-free, sustainable produced agriculture goods. For governments, enforce stricter regulation on harmful pesticide use, preventing environmental contamination and health risks, implementing and enforce stronger regulations. Increase public investment in research and development. Align with the Maputo Declaration goal of allocating at least 10% of national agriculture funding towards sustainable practice. Foster collaboration between governments, researchers, and farmers. Ensure access to bioinputs. Invest in research. Strengthen extension services by improving training for agriculture officers, ensuring they can effectively promote agroecological approaches. Develop sustainable national policies to protect pollinators. Develop financial incentives such as subsidies and grants to encourage the transition. And for the ODA, official development assistance, civil society, develop organization, bilateral banks should support farmers in this transition. Allocate greater share of the ODA to agroecology and agroforestry, which is currently only 4% of the ODA funding goes to agriculture. Increase funding transparency to ensure that resources are used also in agroecology and agroforestry. Thank you very much. So these are the organizations behind. This is how you can reach us, and yeah, there is a code there, QR code. You can download the policy brief. I have some copies of the policy brief here, which you can take here. Thank you.
So let's clap for Bo Raga. Thank you very much, and apologies for that mix-up. That's why we gave you some more time. And if you want to download that policy brief, you can just take a picture of that, And there are a few copies here you can also pick. So we want to take the last presentation from Hortensia Mwangi, who is a weed scientist working with the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization here in Kenya at their station in Kabete. And she's going to talk to us about weeds and how we can manage weeds in in our agroecology systems. Karibu, Hortensia.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Welcome. As you have heard, my name is Hortensia Mwangi from Karo, Kabete, but I work with my collaborators here from Fibil, Isipe, yes, and many others. Welcome to the presentation. We have heard a lot in terms of agroecology, but you have not heard much or enough until you know more about the weeds. And that is where we are. Because the story is not complete about everything in the soil until that is taken care of. So, okay, I am going to follow that system. Introduction, materials and methods, results, and discussion and conclusions in the end, and the recommendation. Yeah. What we know, and it is a fact, that no single known method is able to offer an effective control of weeds or management of weeds because the diversity is big, is huge, and the composition is variable. So in a given farm, you need to do more than just use one approach. So there is need to innovatively combine different approaches because one is not going to be effective, and that is what is called integrated weed management. You use various strategies, cultural, mechanical, biological, and you combine them according to the field circumstances that you have, because all fields are not uniform. And you need to understand weed biology and the ecological characteristics of that area where you are operating. So efforts to minimize crop yield losses in organic farming systems are hampered by the knowledge that people have. It's limited. And therefore decisions made are not based on the required knowledge, and therefore they may not meet the real management one is looking for. But the outlook should be and begins and it ends with the soil seed banks. If the soils are rich with all sorts of weeds, the big diversity, then one has to take care of that one. And observing composition of the weeds occurring in a farm will tell you, it will indicate to you what approach to use. And then there is need to limit the spread and introduction of new weeds. And as you see with climate change, some weeds are getting to grow, emerging in areas where they were never found before, and therefore they need to be alert. And also they need to flush out any occurring weed that may interfere with your field. But when I talk of the weeds, many things are coming into your minds because there are those weeds we will be calling weeds and the others will not be referred as weeds. And therefore, most of the times we are defining weed as that plant which is growing where it's not needed or wanted, and it could be something different for somebody else. Yeah. So present, the biological knowledge of weeds will help us to understand the interaction between the weeds and the crop, and it will help us make judicious decisions to manage the wide biodiversity. The other fact that we have on the ground is that labor is scarce. By labor, I mean the practice which is normally carried out by most of the farmers, especially in Africa, and it is also tedious. Some of you have had a taste of it. I am a practice of that one, so I understand what it means to say it is tedious. It's actually back-breaking, and hence, weeds are not removed timely because you spend a lot of time in one small space, and they are not managed effectively. So the weed interactions usually manifest slowly, unlike compared to some insects which will pass by and cause havoc in one day. The effect of weeds is experienced over the season. In fact, at this point, you will realize that depending on the weed you have in the field, the loss happens per week, and it moves from 10%, 20%, depending on the weed that you are dealing with. And therefore, it is very important to understand that the process is slowly, but in the end, it will be there in your output. And then weeds are endowed with the many characteristics that help them to cope with the environment, the drought. They are well endowed to survive, and they are well adapted to the ecosystems we are talking about. So we want to say loudly that the effect of the weeds on the crops can be minimized by adopting integrated weed management. And the aim here is to optimize the whole cropping system rather than one weed being controlled per se. So we are looking at the ecosystem, and what you get out of it is what we want to optimize. And that is where the biology of the weeds is needed so that the right actions are taken. So in this work, which is a long-term study, the objective was to study the effect of organic and conventional systems at high and low inputs on weed species density over time. You realize that the conventional systems here we are referring to, like, this is the farm. You take the soil analysis, so you know what is the soil requires, and you do that according to the recommendations. On the other hand, when it is the conventional, where the farmers practice, they do what we have done what they do. And now we are trying to compare that, the high levels and the low levels of inputs. And in front of you is a sample of most of the weeds found in the area of study. So this study was carried out in 2 different sites. The first site in Kandara, that is in Muranga, and the second site is Chuka, Tharaka-Nithi County. And that is showing how it was on the ground. So in the system, you can see the farming system. You have conventional low, you have organic low, conventional high, and organic high. And the approach was, the conventional low is the small-scale farmers in this country, in that region, and they do it normally or mainly for home consumption, and the local market. And the commercial, domestic, and export markets is their target. And the fertility management for conventional row, you can see they use organic and some synthetic fertilizers. The organic inputs, for the conventional high, they use organic and synthetic fertilizers, and at low level or even the high level. And then for the pest diseases management, the organic row, no, starting with the conventional row, they use the synthetic, and the organic row, they use biopesticides or plant extracts which have been extracted, and they have been known to be effective. And the conventional high, they use the synthetic. Organic high, they use the biopesticides or the plant extract, just like the above. And the weed management, we used minimum tillage, and for the conventional row, and we used organic, for organic row, there was minimum tillage also, and conventional high, there was some minimum tillage, and the organic high, apart from it having the minimum tillage, there was cover cropping introduced into it. And the last column shows the water management, where we have the conventional row and organic row. It's rain-fed, and down in conventional high, there is supplementing irrigation and organic high. And the system approach is like you can see over there. It's being shown in pictorial. The high input system has maize, the first season, and then it's followed by cabbage, because this system has rotation. And you have baby corn, then French beans, and the other one has French beans and baby corn and potatoes in that last column. And the raw input system, you see farmers grow the maize, they grow kales and spinach in rotation, and then they grow maize and beans in rotation again, and they use common beans, followed by maize and beans and the potatoes in the end. So we are talking about weeds. The weed data was collected by taking weed samplings done within the cropping system. And normally they are done after the 2 weeks, then another, the gap of 2 weeks, like in the second weeding. And you place 2 quadrats, 1 meter squared, randomly in the field, and then you correct it. You first of all identify the weed species, and then correct the samples to follow up with the analysis. And visually identified weeds are recorded and harvested for the dry matter analysis per plot. You can see the tedious work which people have to do to get that data. It's not so easy in a day. Yeah. Here are the results. The weeds dry matter yield in the farming systems at Chuka. This data, being a long-term system, we have data for 2018, 2020, and 2021. And this one is showing the Chuka weed dry matter yield was high in the conventional farming systems, but it was below 200 to 300 kilograms per hectare in the 3 years of study. Here you see narrow-leaved weeds and grasses, which are more difficult to manage, were common in Chuka, or rather dominant, and other weeds are there. You can see the magnitude, but also you see the wide diversity, so they are not all the same. And you may not just consider the ones which are high as the culprit, because even the smallest in terms of the density, they have a role to play. Why? Because weeds are all looking for the nutrients which the crop is looking for. So the competition is from all this, and in the end, your yield is affected. Here is the weed density of 15 common weed species in Kandara area, and the one in the photo there happens to be the most common there. Broad-leaved weeds, some of which are highly persistent in the soil. That means what I referred to, the seed banks. The soils, because they are weeded late, they have put a lot. The soil seed banks are rich of these seeds. Yeah, so we have that diversity of the most common being shown there. To conclude, in this study, the weed dry matter yield varied in farming systems and input levels. The highest weed dry matter yields were recorded in conventional farming systems and high input levels. High input levels are beneficial to the crops, but bear in mind, the weeds are also benefiting because they are looking for the same nutrients. So there is need for the producers to be innovative in planning how to integrate the effective integrated weed management. Organic farming systems practices have the potential to reduce weeds pressure in the farms. This is what the study has concluded. Let me see this. These are the collaborators and the details, and that's the end of the presentation, and there is more that has to be summarized for the sake of time. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Hortensia, for that very nice presentation. We have 10 minutes for the question and answer session. So maybe I can request the presenters to come in front here. And then we can have another mic and get a round of, maybe you can take 3 questions first. Let's come here, presenters, please. So, any questions for the presenters? I hope you are noting down. Questions for presenters? Yes?
Yes, thank you all the presenters for the wonderful presentations that you have delivered so far. My question would go to all the presenters. How much do you see a participatory research approach to the solutions that you're seeking towards solving the issues around agroecology? And how effective you see involving farmers directly working with scientists can help to solve the problems around the issues that you're working with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the panelists, for nice presentations. I have 2 questions, one for Kyoko and another one for the last presenter. For Kyoko, my name's Pramila Mwibanda, working with Practical Action in Kisumu Lake region, and we are doing farming with the youth.
Recording in progress.
But I just want to say something on Kichawi kill, because I've been using that packet for quite a while because I wanted to know exactly what it does. But there is a nut to be cracked. The size of the package with a farmer who wants to do several acres, mixing it becomes a little bit more difficult. So if we can increase the size, would be better. For weeds, weeds are not weeds. Weeds are like waste, and now waste is wealth. So for weed, I look at it in two fronts. It is, some of the weeds are very medicinal for human health, and some of the weeds are biopesticides to be used on vegetables or horticultural crops. And some of the weeds, not even some of the weeds, most of the weeds are feed for those who are doing rabbit farming. So the question is, have you taken your work to the next level to synchronize and evaluate which ones are falling in those categories I've talked about? Thank you.
Thank you, and let's make our questions brief so that we can take as many as possible.
My name is Taps Msukwa from Malawi. I come from an area which has high rainfall, so weeds grow very fast. I wanted to find out from your case, under what rainfall regime did you do this study? Because sometimes they grow far much faster than the crops. Thank you.
So we get the last one, and then we have them.
Thank you very much. My name is Davis Ikiror. I work for Veterinarians Sans Frontières Suisse, or VSF Suisse in short. First of all, thank you very much. Those were very enriching presentations. But I have either a comment or a question. First of all, I think this is really very good that we have got the bio inputs that also, of course, are environmentally friendly to be used in promoting our agriculture. But for me, maybe I don't do a lot of farming, but I think probably there's more known about the synthetics than the bio products. Probably because of aggressive marketing. I don't know. I think that's one thing that I want to comment. Aggressive marketing from the synthetics probably is the issue, and maybe this is also what we need to look at for this bio inputs. Two, I just have a specific question for the professor who gave the presentation on EVPs. I checked a bit about the reduction in the antibiotic residues. If I'm not wrong, I saw like it was 8%. So then I was saying 8% only. Does it mean that then the farmers were still using, what can you say, manufactured antibiotics at the same time as they're using the EVPs? That's a specific question. The other question is on the presenter on agroforestry, the call to action. I think there are various stakeholders there for whom we're calling action to, but I was wondering, where do you place manufacturers of synthetic products? Because I think these are the main people who will be against the promotion of bio inputs. Where do we put them? Do we orient them towards investing now more in the production of bio inputs? Then, last question was for the presenter on weeds, also very nice. I think somebody also mentioned some of the weeds could be useful. So I don't know. Some of them might be vegetables. But anyway, a specific question was also like, there was a high dry matter. In the conventional, as opposed to where there was IPM with bio inputs. But I wanted to ask about, what about the yields of the crops that were intended? Were they, maybe I didn't see it. Was that also measured in the comparisons? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's get responses from the presenters. We can start on that side. Royce?
So the question that was asked for everyone was if there's a an effective way of collaborating both researchers and the farmers. So I would say from our end there is, from the start that has always been there. For instance, when we prepared the Kichawi kill using toothpicks, we had to train women farmers from the village level to help us cook the rice, and we had to teach them on village level sterile ways of introducing the fungus into the rice. And now, even as we have transitioned, they're the same people that we are using to help train even further from the agrovets. You find that there's a farmer who says that I cannot read the instructions. Who will mix for me? So we send those women to go and train, to go and cut for them the seeds. So from the start, we have always worked close hand in hand with the farmers. And we found out that it's not intuitive for them to understand what we've been doing. Yes.
There was a question on the sizes of the package. I think somebody asked that.
Okay, so with the sizes of the package, the concern was that there are farmers with large acreage, right? So in this moment, we are also doing some research where we can also coat the powder onto the seed and find out the shelf life. Because the shelf life of seeds is 2 years, we are trying to find a way that we can extend the shelf life of our fungus to get to a point that if it's coated on the seeds, it can last, let's say, a year or 2, just like the seeds themselves. That's still a study that is underway.
Yeah, but he wanted you to be packaging in smaller packages for farmers to afford. So let's go to Professor. You can use that mic over there.
I did not get the specific question, yes. But yeah, okay. We are not telling that completely remove the antibiotics, because we need antibiotics to save the life of animal in a critical situation. We are only telling to reduce the antibiotic for common diseases, especially mastitis, infectious disease. 83% of the antibiotics is used in animal for mastitis. We can completely remove that use of antibiotics in mastitis by using this combination. But what we generally do is that we integrate both. We say that's why my heading says that responsible use of antibiotics. This will help to use the antibiotic responsibly. That's what it means.
Okay, Hortensia, you can respond.
There are a number of questions here that you have asked us. Number one, you wanted to know about the rainfall regimes where our work was happening. This is a long-term trial from 2007, and we have been doing studies in the short rain season and the long rain season, because in Kenya we have 2 rainfall seasons. So we have the data on the long rain seasons and the short rain seasons. And within the course of 3 years, the rotation is happening every 3 years for the different crops I was showing you. And then somebody wanted to know about the weeds. Now, that's where I started with the definition. Many people will think of the weed as that which is not wanted there. But now we know that weeds are plants that are very useful depending on where you are coming from, which angle. We know that the weeds are medicinal. And a lot of those weeds, which are also called weeds by people, like during the COVID time, these weeds were really medicine. You can ask questions, you can interview people from Kenya. A lot of people, we were not going to hospitals, but a lot of people used the weeds available. And number 2, they are medicinal. In fact, like the Sigesbachia I showed there was a photo on that weed. It's medicinal. There are papers published on how to get the medicine and for what purposes. And many of them, which I'm not going to name one by one. But I want to say that what is lacking within the common population is this knowledge, biological knowledge is not there. And therefore, when we are here, the course of action that we are going to take is to make this level move up, the level of knowledge for the youth, the farmers, the users, and all that, where support is needed so that this capacity can be done. And then the other part of it is food, we have said. It is also nutritionally a good food other than medicine. And that is happening. A lot of those weeds, I will not name them, but they were in the list. You will find them in our local indigenous vegetables. Now we have them in that list. And then we also know that when you have those weeds, let me refer to the areas of study. A lot of farmers in their fields will be gathering the forage to their animals. So they are animal feeds. But now what we have not done, and we know today, unlike when we were discussing with